Hi YouTube, welcome back. Today we're playing A Song of Sunlight. Hopefully we're gonna finish it today. You know, barring any distractions, we're gonna finish this story. Because it's getting real, okay? It's getting pretty real. So let's go. Sorry for distracting you. That was bugging me for days. Nah, it's alright. It's alright. It adds to the flavor, right? It's like the flavor of the stream. But let's go. Right, so we're in chapter 2, Settlement Plantation. Last time Aram was dying, Prava showed up and blackmailed them. Dude, that honestly shivers. That sent shivers up my spine. I was like, oh man. Like Prava has leverage on Aram now. Get ready. Ah, hell. Ah, man. Man. Because I can only imagine. Because that is one of one of my favorite things about this series and this game is how it escalates. How the pacing goes from like calm to quick escalation, and then calm, escalation. Like when things escalate, they fucking escalate. They're holding hands, she thought. A girl sat crouched on the sidewalk outside her home. I'm guessing this is Prava. Okay, so we're getting her backstory. Okay, so head resting on her knees, she looked with fascination down the street. A young boy and his mother here, a daughter and her father just there. Hand in hand they walked as if compelled not to let them go. They would walk along the street and then disappear from sight, all the while still holding their hands clasped tightly. What had those children done to earn it? To earn such a reward? The girl shut her eyes and opened them again slowly. She shifted her weight and felt her stomach ache with hunger. Dude, okay, yeah, so she focused her thoughts on that discomfort as it passed over her. It hurts. I feel dizzy. All the while child and parent passed her by, giving only the slightest of glances in her direction. How many meals has she tossed aside, the girl wondered. The last 5 or 6, maybe. That should be enough? Enough to make up for it. Standing slowly and dusting herself off, the girl looked up and behind at the second-story window of her home. It's time. She'll want me back now. Prava, dear. Are you listening? Write it down like I told you to. The girl sat at a small desk, her mother kneeling behind her and watching over her shoulder intently. There was an open book in front of her, and the girl scratched away with the charcoal stick. The page was nearly full already with intricate sketches of bones and tissue. Notes about their function littering the margins. Right, so this lines up with what she said earlier of how she was on the medicine track. What had her mother said? The girl wasn't sure, but she started writing on instinct anyway. When she had finished, her mother looked it over and nodded, smiling. That's right, dear. She put her hand on top of the girl's head and rubbed it gently. This part of her lessons the girl always looked forward to. The head pats? Oh, Prava. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of how well you listen. Your sisters, don't you know? They only pretend to listen. The girl nodded, knowing that was the right response. It didn't take them far. Remember, Prava, they couldn't do it when the time came. Having 2 daughters breaks the obligation. She felt her mother's hand tighten on her head. But you, her words softened. You're special. You're my light. Don't you know? The girl shook her head. She knew it would keep her mother talking. You're my favorite, Prava. Aw, hell. You've always been my favorite. The girl felt her hands tremble, wishing she could hear that again. She repeated her mother's words to herself, over and over in her head as she continued her lesson. Bro, that's so fucking toxic. Okay, look. Guys, don't do this. Bad parenting. This is bad. Bad parenting. Not good. Very bad. Prava has many meanings. It means rights in Slavic languages, Russian, Serbian, straight line, Bulgarian, crooked/bad in Latin, or hovering/fluttering in Sanskrit. Interesting. Yeah, I wonder what the intention was here. Then again, I don't know. I feel like a lot of these names are, I think the author did a good job of like making like really, really good, like passable made up names, you know? Exactly. Do not have favoritism between kids. It's so, like the way it fucks up your brain chemistry. It's bad. It's so bad. You're saying, I believe Sanskrit. Eshon comes from that too, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I will say, I think it's pretty cool how like there are some ties. There's some ties to like Sanskrit, Arabic culture. So maybe, yeah, maybe it's that. Could be that. But anyways, perhaps it distracted her. Perhaps her pen slipped. But at some point, she wasn't writing the correct words. Prava? That was all it took. Her mother's voice was different now. Prava, what are you doing? The tenderness had gone. Look at this. I told you exactly what to write, you dense girl. The girl's mother grasped her writing hand and pushed it hard against the table to stop her. It hurt. Scratch it out and start again. The girl cursed herself for having been so distracted by the praise. The lesson had been tainted. All the girl could hope was that if she made no further mistakes, the rain might clear and she would feel her mother's sunlight once more. I'll skip my next meal too. So she's punishing herself. Dad will forgive this? So the girl put her head down and kept writing. In those first years of general education, the girl thought often about the time spent living with her mother. When she felt alone, now amongst so many strange children, she thought of warm memories they shared. When she did well and everything aligned, those evenings after her lessons, if her mood was right, her mother might brush her hair. The girl tried her hardest to prove that she was capable, to prove that she could take her mother's obligation of medicine like she wanted. But she held a growing fear that when that day came, she would be deemed unfit. When she thought about what her mother would say, her old habits came easily, pretending to eat her meals and throwing them away when backs were turned. With time, even the warm memories lost their color. This afternoon, children, her lecturer had said one day, you will be permitted to see your birth parents. They've been asked to come to the Lyceum. Lyceum? And you may spend time with them until sunset. So many children have been ecstatic. Okay, wait a minute. We're getting a lot. Hold on. Okay, so first of all, so Prava was forced to do medicine because of her mom. Secondly, what do you mean permitted to see your birth parents? Huh? What? Never mind, I'm at a no skip. Welcome back, Mono. Also, wow, that makes a lot of sense regarding her character and later events. I will not spoil her. What, flutter? Hover, fluttering? Because I saw the, so her mom was wearing like a butterfly necklace, and Prava was wearing like butterfly earrings. Like, is that what it is? Hovering, fluttering? Also, yo, what's up, Sakuro? Is the mom gonna cut off her fingers? See, I feel like she's gonna do it to herself. I don't think the mom is gonna do it. I feel like she's gonna do it to herself. Dar, am I cooked? I don't know, like, I don't know if you're cooked. It's like, only you can tell. Only you can tell if you're cooked or not. Are you? You're saying the tower keeps falling out of my deck when I shuffle it. Well, I mean, do you see it as a bad thing? Do you see that as a bad thing, the tower? Why does the tower scare you? Because again, tarot does not read your future. Tarot does not determine your future. You determine your future. So if you see the tower and the tower scares you, then it's your responsibility to figure out why. Why does the tower scare you so much? So again, it's all you. It's all you. But Solstice is saying, I think it just means that they're allowed to see them during class hours. Didn't even realize it had butterfly earrings. Yeah, I noticed it. I don't know if it's like a butterfly or like a moth, but it's like some kind of like... I'll show you what I mean. Also, yo, what's up, Emily? Alright, so many children had been ecstatic, running off to wait by the archway where they were to meet. They were eager like children only were to finally see their parents again after so long spent apart. Maybe some kind of camp. As the sun dipped in the sky and bathed the courtyard in orange, the girl sat, hugging her knees, hiding. Somehow, in some way, she thought she might be relieved if her mother didn't come. So she hid, intending to wait until dark. But soon she heard voices and footsteps. She was afraid. Had they noticed she was missing? Had they come to take her? Instead, she saw two boys standing in front of her. Aram and Canary. Both seemed younger. Without reproach, they came to where the girl sat and said their names. The taller boy was Aram, and the shorter Canary. The girl had seldom been approached by the other children, so she didn't know what to do. She couldn't even say her name back. But nonetheless, the shorter of the two put out his hand to the girl. Our parents are gonna be late. Do you want to come play with us? Motherfucking Canary! All at once, she recalled the sight of parent and child walking hand in hand down the street that day. And it compelled her. It compelled her, without really knowing why, to take his hand. Yes! Yes! Ah, it's so beautiful. And then we go back to this shit. Oh, God. Look, I know you guys are yapping. You guys are yapping in the chat right now, but shit's too real right now. Are you listening to me? Oh, it's Sachi. Sachi's irritated voice snapped me back to attention. I was being so nice teaching you how to do this, and you're... Look at this, I can't believe it. Wait, huh? Are you sleeping right now? It was midday, and the two of us were sitting at a small table in one of the temple's many back rooms. My head has slowly been sinking into my arms over the span of an hour, and I realized that I had indeed nodded off for a moment. I'm sorry, I groaned, sitting upright again. The motion of it tugged at my stitches, and I felt a flash of pain. Okay, because we're Aram again. Okay, now we're Aram. I'm listening. Sachi seemed skeptical, narrowing her eyes, because he's talking about his stitches. Alright, I was listening, I admitted, embarrassed. I'm exhausted. Sachi laughed. Did you stay up late? She asked, putting a finger on her chin as if deep in thought. I thought about my response. Yeah, up all night? Yeah, bro was dying. Bro was bleeding to death. Bleeding to death all night. It's more like... I've been pushing myself for weeks, and it's finally caught up to me. Sachi crossed her arms indignantly. Well, I'd say your behavior in the presence of a sunlight maiden is borderline heresy, she said. She looked aside thoughtfully, tapping her fingers against her upper arm. Yes, indeed. I think I read somewhere that it's a sin, too. Oh, yes, that sounds right. Bro, this is tragic. It's tragic because she's trying to be all playful, right? She's being all playful and funny and sarcastic or whatever the hell. But Aram is traumatized. He's fucking traumatized. He almost bled to death last night, and he's trying to act like everything's normal, everything is fine and hunky-dory and whatever the hell. And Sachi has no clue. She has no clue. Tis but a scratch. Yeah, exactly. He's like, oh, it's just a scratch. Oh, it's whatever. It's nothing. But alright, But earlier Rain was saying, OMG, should I try painting something like Liminal or Dreamcore? That could be cool. I like that idea. Then Emily said, I'm pooped. I hate uni work. At least I made some progress. Better than nothing. Yeah. Do any of the other characters' names mean anything? Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, because I think, who was it? I think it was Oxman who looked up Aram. Because, like, Canary sounds a lot like canary. Like a bird. But, I mean, hell if I know. Anyways. Yes, indeed. I think I read somewhere that it's a sin too. It's a sin too. Oh, yes, that sounds right. I tried to laugh, but I coughed instead. And my chest ached. I rubbed my eyes. I'm sorry. Start over, really. I want to learn this, I said. Okay, so we're learning how to do archamancy, right? I'm assuming for, like, survival. You know, Aram, as much as I enjoy giving you supplementary education and basic life skills, I have to admit I'm curious as to why you're only asking me now. I could have given you some archamancy tips anytime if you had just asked. It's all I do, you know. You've seen how bad I am. Just recently I found myself in the situation where having those skills might have really made my life easier. You mean almost fucking dying? Almost fucking dying? I felt self-consciously at the tatters and imperfections of the banash I was wearing. Markings that constantly threatened to reveal it wasn't my own. If my archamancy had been a bit better that night, well, so many things might have been avoided. It made me realize how far behind I've fallen. Yeah, exactly. That's one way to put it, Aram. That's one way to put it. Well, when's the last time you practiced? Seriously practiced? I don't know, maybe a year? God above. Well, don't worry too much. You can get pretty far with just knowing a few materials well enough. I'm sure I can whip you into shape enough for that. You asked about cloth, right? I'm in your hands. I will say, man, all things considered, this is really nice. This is really nice. This is really wholesome. You know, spending quality time with your crush. Sachi, how do I make a gun? I need to show these ancestors what America is. How do I make TNT? Dynamite. We passed the remainder of the hour as a makeshift lecturer and student. Sachi tried her best at first to teach me the basic physical properties of cloth. But when numbers were involved, I found it rather difficult to observe the information. At a certain point, she gave up explaining and resorted to a visual demonstration. That took me somewhat further, but quickly the limits of my muscle memory became apparent. By the time she gave up altogether, there was a small mountain of cloth by Sachi's knees. By my own feet was a small pile of string, dust, and one piece of textile that might have been cloth if you squinted. As always, Sachi found my pathetic attempts at archamancy endlessly amusing. It wasn't much, but it was progress. I looked at the sky and realized my shift at the kiln was quickly approaching. Wait, shift at the kiln as in like shift guarding. I remembered the other reason I'd come to see Sachi that day. Hey, Sachi. Sachi, how do I make a human? Me and my brother miss our mother? Hell. Sachi be like, oh, I know how to make babies. You want to know how to make babies? We can make a human baby, but like it's not going to be your mother. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you what. Hey, Sachi. Prava lately she's... Do you think... Would you say that she treats Kanari like a child? I wouldn't say that. She's, well... She cares about him a lot. She loves him. She's in love with that man. She's a little possessive of him, maybe. I've always thought it was mostly harmless. I don't know. Well, Aram, I do know a great way you could find out. Talk to her. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Yeah. Seriously, why don't you just ask Kanari if it bothers him? Also, hell no, Solstice saying, nah, just like a cripple. What the hell? But, oh, that's right. The two of you wouldn't dare broach such a personal topic. She knows. We talk about plenty of things. Listen, yeah, but nothing too personal, nothing too serious. Listen, it's not about him. I'm worried about Prava. Oh? Sometimes with him, she's just relentless. And lately, I think especially, she's been taking it too far. Dude, see, this is... Bro, this is really, really interesting because knowing what we know about Prava's upbringing, it makes sense that she would, like, essentially become her mom and also be very, very, like, controlling and possessive. But at the same time, it's just... At the same time, it's like... At the same time, when you care about somebody, it's like, of course you're there, right? You're there, you care, you're trying to be supportive, right? So it's a double-edged sword where it's like, Prava's trying to be very supportive of Kanari and trying to help him because she loves him, she cares about him. But maybe if she does it a little too much, like if she pushes a little too far, then she does kind of become like her mom. And to Aram, that seems a bit weird. It seems a bit weird to Aram because Aram is used to being more detached. More detached and like less invested in his personal life. But also, I don't think Aram understands that, like, you know, she loves him, right? Like, when you love somebody, you kind of are, like, invested. You're deeply, deeply invested in someone's life. But anyways, let's see what happens. Because he's saying she's been taking it too far. Well, she's still holding on to a lot, you know. She probably still feels guilty, even after all this time. Do you really think so? All that was such a long time ago. All that was such a long time ago. How could she still be... You're closer with her than I am. Have you asked her? Would you? Well, you have me there. I do try, but... she'll never talk to me about Kanari. What? Also, right, the cough cough. Interesting. Like, it's like she's calling out Aram for not getting too personal with Kanari. But she and Prava also don't get too personal either. It's like off limits or something. I see. Interesting. The conversation slowly came to a close, and eventually I stood and gathered my things to leave. I began to wave goodbye, but saw that Sachi was still sitting. What do you have planned for the rest of today? I asked, curious. Sachi gave an apathetic smile. Well, today it seems it's fallen on me to clean the maiden's quarters. The whole thing. I was surprised. Just you? That seems like a lot of work. How did that happen? Sachi looked off to the side and gave the faintest of laughs, her smile fading. Bullying! Sometimes the other girls hide the ledger from me so I can't sign up for any cleaning. Bruh. They think it's quite funny when I'm stuck doing the work of a dozen people in one afternoon. Bruh. Sachi's tone was weary, almost defeated. Everyone here is on edge lately, so... I can't say I'm surprised that I'm the one on the receiving end. I felt my anger stir. That's not fair. I'll stay and help, I said, moving as if to put my belongings down again. Sachi smiled. No, you won't. You have work. I grimaced. She wasn't wrong. I couldn't stay. You're sweet, but it's just cleaning. I'll finish it eventually. Sachi stood and walked up to me. Thank you. Now get lost. She put her arms around my chest. Boys aren't allowed here. We embraced for a short moment before she let me go, turning with a wave over her shoulder. It hurt. I knew it. It was like, just like wincing in pain, trying not to react. But I imagine it hurts physically and emotionally. I saw her out of the corner of my eye. Prava was at Kanari's side, as always. They stood close in line, speaking quietly. It seemed to be one-sided. Prava was speaking, and Kanari was nodding along. Look, okay, but do you see what I mean? Like, it's like... So this little design right here. It's like the 4 wings of a butterfly and like one little thingy at the bottom. You're good, Aram? Yeah. It's nothing. Don't worry, Sachi. I didn't almost die yesterday or nothing. But her mom was wearing that, but like that same design, but as a necklace. Prava was speaking and Kanari was nodding along. All the while his expression was weary, his eyes downcast. Quickly, she noticed me and turned her head. For a moment, I thought about looking away, but the instinct to do so made me feel ashamed. It's Prava. She's my friend. Why am I afraid? I met her eyes. Oh, shit. She's giving me the side eye. Giving me the fucking side eye. I'm surprised he can still walk after losing that much blood. Also true, like, wouldn't he need a blood transfusion? But look, up close you can see a little bit better. Yeah, it might not be a butterfly. Maybe it's like a flower. I don't know. The look she gave me sent shivers across my body. It was the same cold look she'd given me that night. She wants to talk. I could only hold her gaze for so long. And soon I had resumed my march up and down the file. Are you even listening? Pay attention. Prava's voice was stern. I'm listening, I responded coldly. Bro, see, like now she's getting evil. She's becoming evil. The midday meal had hardly ended when Prava pulled me aside. She'd taken me around the back of the kiln to a somewhat secluded corner. Then you'll agree with me, she continued. I crossed my arms. So he wants to pull some sort of joke? I asked. What does it matter? Prava scowled. He wants revenge, Aram, she said, irritated. Revenge on that apprentice who hit him. He's told me all these elaborate plans to do something cruel. She shook her head. Obviously, this is a bad idea. I've already said at the kiln, Kanari isn't well liked. And after the other day, the older guys have been making comments and pushing him around. I've seen it. Oh no, they're gonna murder him. Prava sounded so certain in her words. I can't find a good photo to paint. It's sad. But I know what she's like. She must be exaggerating. It can't be as bad as she says. I need you to dissuade him, Aram, she continued. Kill? No kill. Why does your mind immediately jump to murder? Because everyone's on edge. Bro, you never seen... Look, if it was peace times, sure, just beat them up. Just beat them up. But everybody is hungry. People are hungry. People are starving. You murder him, and then afterwards you chop him up. You chop him up and you make some beef patties, Shit, that's what I would do. Exactly. It eventually leads to cannibalism. You get hungry enough, you eat a motherfucker. And if it's like the most annoying guy in the clan, then you say, fuck it. Like, okay, that guy's really, really, really pissing me off. I'm just gonna fucking murder him and eat him. Just cause that's how mad he makes me. He makes me so fucking mad. I'm just gonna and then chop him up and grill him. So I'm angry and I'm hungry. And I'm hungry because I'm angry. Also, what's up, box? Look, it's just survival, okay? It's about survival. It's survival. Simple survival. Murder him, eat him, and that way you don't have to worry about hiding the body. Convince him that this is a bad idea. He'll listen if it's you. She hesitated. I've already tried. Are you really past the point of working this out? Are we really past the point of working this out? I wasn't in the right space to justify it that night. I can make her understand. Make her stop this. No, you can't. Prava, just listen for a minute. I said earnestly, bro, you have no leverage. Aram, you've got no leverage. The only reason any of this has happened is because of the famine, right? Prava narrowed her eyes. You said it yourself. People are hungry. They're on edge. Prava began to speak, trying to cut me off. Aram, she said, her voice building in intensity. I pushed ahead. That's the reason I'm doing what I'm doing, Prava. To stop this. All of this. When I find the better world, all of it will go away. No more rationing. No more fighting. No more. Prava took a step forward. Enough. Her voice was like ice water. Immediately, my mind went blank. That menage you're wearing, Aram, she said. I don't think anybody needs to know that it's not yours. Do you? I swallowed hard. Oh God. Who is this person? The hands. This isn't Prava. It can't be. This person is extorting me. My hands are completely tied. Slowly, I shook my head. Now run along, she said. Do it today. I'll know if you didn't. And it should go without saying, he's never to find out I sent you. And without another word, she left me behind the building. She flipped that switch, man. She flipped that switch. I found them in the storage room, stocking shelves. My heart was pounding. How do I make this natural? Sachi was right. Kanari and I don't have these kinds of conversations. Will he know she sent me? I stepped through the doorway, pushing aside the curtain. Kanari turned and gave me a wave. Hey, Oh, Aram, good. I thought you'd already taken off. Get this. I've been working on something. Something funny. Oh, it's gonna be great. That prick. The asshole that punched me in the face. I figured I'd get a little payback, you know. Khan, there's this one idea I'm kicking around. I'm thinking I'll stay late one afternoon and, steal his things. His apron, tools, whatever. Khan, hold on. And I'll hide them around the kiln and, I don't know, all sorts of places. Real hard to reach spots. Kanari. What? Don't worry, man. I've worked you in as well. You'll run lookout and help me think of the funniest place to hide. It'll be just like old times, yeah? You shouldn't do it. What? Are you serious? It's just, I don't know. Maybe hold off? Now isn't such a good time, right? No? Now is a great time, actually. It couldn't be better. Imagine how funny it'll be watching him frantically search the place like an idiot, all red in the face. And then he fucking murders you, bro. Come on. Yeah, I'm just saying. If you do something like that, won't it just make things worse between you two? And, it could cause a big disruption. The other apprentices might be pissed at you. God's light, you sound just like Prava. It's not that big a deal. Sure, maybe we're 2 Vosses short for the day. Who cares? It's pottery, there's plenty of it. Ah, shit, dude. This is such a weird position. I'm getting secondhand. What is it? It's I'm getting stressed. I'm getting fucking stressed out, man. See, because Kanari doesn't know. He doesn't know that there's more. There's more. He thinks there's no big deal. It's just a little prank, bro. Exactly. It's just a prank. It's just a prank. But the thing is, Prava has blackmail on Aram because that Aram has been going into the well, and that I almost fucking died. And it's just there's things at play that he has no idea. Yeah, but puts him inside the kiln. Chill, it's just a prank, bro. This isn't going well. What can I say? Khan looked out a nearby window. From the storage room, there was a clear view of the plantation stretching towards the sea. Wait, the sea? What if we go to the sea and start fishing? There we go, problem solved. We just start fishing. The sun was beginning to dip, and still there were apprentice farmers out working the soil. The silhouettes were dark against the horizon. You know, Aram. Kanari's voice softened. It's good that you like your obligation. You get to run around doing, I don't know, God knows what. But you come home feeling like you did something that day. Like those hours you spent working actually contributed towards something. He chuckled. Not everyone's that lucky. Not me. With this shit leg of mine. Kanari tapped his cane lightly against his heel. They stuck me here because it was all I was good for, you know. And that's fine. I don't blame them. They did it to make the most use out of me. It made perfect, logical sense. I saw the corners of his mouth twist into a smile. But then it was gone. So no. I don't care if everyone here hates me. Finally, he turned to look at me. I'm a pain in the ass. Everyone feels that way already. Bro, the writing is so good. It's so good. Like, I just... hell. I know what it's like too, man. Like having a fucking job and feeling like, oh, I'm wasting my life here. I'm wasting my life. Like, I'm capable of doing more. I want to do more. I want to... I just like... Dot, dot, dot. It's a bad idea, Khan. You shouldn't do it. Please don't do it. Okay, then. Whatever you say, boss. Look, it's not like that. No, it's whatever. I was just joking before or something. I need to get back to putting this stuff away, so... Yeah, right. Okay. I'll get out of your way. See you at home. See ya. Does it anyway? I see he's the kind of motherfucker who would. He's the kind who would do it anyway. And that's the problem. If he does it anyway, Prabha's gonna get mad at me. And then she's gonna get mad at me. And then she's gonna be like, you motherfucker, I told you. I told you to dissuade him and you didn't. And I'm gonna tell the whole world your fucking secret. You cooked him. Prabha was waiting for me outside the door to the kiln. We exchanged no words. But as I passed her by, I stopped. I turned and gave her a nod to explain that I'd done my part. Prabha looked at me for a moment before nodding in return, quickly casting her gaze aside. I took that as my permission to leave. As I walked away, I heard the faint sound of a writing stick, scratching furiously about paper. Prabha writing in her notebook. I shuddered, wondering what it was she was writing, and what she would have me do next. You could always join me in the well, Khan. Free food. Does it anyway. Well. Prabha, Aram, do a flip. I did do a fucking flip, right? Okay, I'm guessing he doesn't want to go inside. Oh, we can. Okay, but not in there. Let me check. What do they have? You shouldn't come by here anymore. I'm okay with it, but some feel much stronger about you right now than I do. And I'd like to avoid causing an incident. Right. I'm sorry. I won't be here long. Okay, so nothing's changed. If only the ancestors were edible. Yeah, for real though. Yeah, I'm just doing the rounds, doing the rounds to see if there's any new side missions. Because that's what I do love about this game. Like in this game, the side missions actually help build the world. They help build the world. They help add lore to the story. Like they're worth doing, basically. Otto says, I'm not feeling well, man. I'm losing interest on drawing. Favorite games are boring. I'm feeling tired and lazy every time I think about going outside to have fun. And flowers are looking meaningless. I just don't want to accept it. I didn't want to accept it at first, but now it's undeniable that I'm losing interest on stuff. That sounds like classic ennui. Ennui? And it's alright, like you don't have to be happy every single day. You don't have to be super, super interested and super, super passionate every single day. Some days are lazy days. Some days are just like, the interest isn't there, the passion isn't there, the motivation isn't there, it's just like, the interest isn't there. It just, like that's a sign that you gotta rest. That's a sign to rest. In fact, that's your body and your brain saying, yeah, time to rest a little bit. Been feeling like this for the past 4 months? Well, then there you go. Do you feel like you've gotten like real, actual rest in the past 4 months? Look, as an artist, I know what it's like. I know what it's like to feel like that frustration, that frustration of like, oh man, I gotta do something. I gotta do something. Like I need to, like it's like you want to be productive. It's like you really want to be productive, so much so that you feel guilty when you're not productive. I know what that's like. But that's part of the process. That's another thing that's also part of the process. Knowing how to like... See, because you're saying not really, and school is going to kill me tomorrow. So all your energy, like right now, all your energy is going to school. Because I know school is stressing you out. And that's why it's hard. It's hard to like set aside time and energy doing other things because like school is draining you. And it be like that sometimes. Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is that it's alright. It's alright, man. Like you're not feeling it, you're not really interested right now. And I think that's just because you're tired. You're feeling tired, but it's not the end of the world. I think, like, as long as you take care of yourself, at the end of the day, take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. If you're feeling spread thin, right? If you're feeling like really thin, like you're giving your energy to like a bunch of shit, start getting your energy back. Like, remember the article about like the subtle art of not giving a fuck. It sounds like you've been giving too many fucks. Like, your fucks are all over the place. You've been giving too many fucks about too many things. They're all over the place. They're all scattered. It does feel like it's time. It's time to, like, get some of your fucks back. Get some of your fucks back. Because I was having this exact same conversation with Emily the other day. Because it does get stressful. Man, life gets fucking stressful. There are like so many things to think and consider. And you end up feeling empty. But it's exactly when you feel empty when you realize, okay, it's time to take a break, take a step back. Let me gather my thoughts. Let me organize myself. Let me recenter, refocus on the shit that really does matter. The shit that truly matters. Actually, wait, so is it... So anything new or the same? Okay, yeah, it's the same. I mean, I guess there's no side missions. Yeah, also last time he talked to his mom, she said talk to your dad, but I didn't find him. Where is he? Yeah, because that's also the same. No side missions, no one wants your help, and they hate you. Sad. Yeah, could be. Maybe that's true. Nah, fuck, I didn't mean to speak to... Hey, Aram. Hey, strange times, huh? Yeah, strange. How are you holding up? Hungry, haha. Aren't we all? Not me. I almost bled out yesterday. Well, not you, I suppose. Sorry. No, it's okay. It's not your fault. You don't decide who gets what. Be well. Oh, it's you again, Aram. Hello, Sita. Do you mind if could we barter? And she's asking about Prava. Okay, then that's still the same. I mean, I figured because we don't have the we don't have another bone. Right, we have 3 medals. So, that's 3,000. I mean, we can afford it, but the question is like, is it worth it? I mean, it is my main weapon. Yeah, I've been kind of neglecting my spear a bit. I think I might go spear and shield. That way the shield is up to the, that way the shield catches up to the sword. Aram, instead of being an idiot and dying in the well, do a Robin Hood. The Ishan are probably feasting. And that is the dilemma, right? The dilemma is like... It shouldn't be like rations based on like the hierarchy, right? It should be like rotating. It's like, okay, like they get cuts, you know, they get cuts like this month, but then next month, like they'll like their rations are restored, and like these guys get cuts, right? Like rotating cuts, like taking turns essentially. Communism, yippee! Dar, you'd be a great leader. Thanks. You know, I'm trying. I'm honestly trying my best. Like that's always been my goal. It's always been my mission, you know, to be a great leader. So I'm trying, man. I'm trying. It's something I'm passionate about. I'm passionate about it. I value it. I care. Go start a country in Antarctica. Overthrow the government or something. It's not gonna happen. I don't have enough capital. Shit, I wish I could. The United States of Dire. Right, so I say for the perfect metals. Okay, we can rest. Actually, we could even level up. Because we know we got so much. Hell yeah, let's go. Level 28. The United States of Dire. Everyone's name is legally dire and must bathe in fleas once a month. Okay, that's too much. Nah, that's... bathe in fleas once a month? That's not... That's... Hell no. Fleas are the enemy. Mono says, all I'm thinking about is staying on my phone and isolating myself in my dark room. I wasn't like this and I feel useless and a waste of space. And I'm probably gonna fall down a letter in school. Because in my school the classes are divided in letters like 8A, 6B, 6D. Since I don't bother at checking the little task on the school website in an essay expired, I'm probably gonna fall to B or C. And there's so much shit that I can't fit in all of here that I still gotta deal with.
A couple of sports like you can't destroy me that
Yo, thanks Xanax. Yo, yeah, what's up? What's up, Xanax? Thanks for the follow. But it's all right, Mono. Like, I get it. I understand. I hear you. I hear you, Mono. Yeah. I hear you, man. It's stressful, man. It's just a stressful shit. It's stressful shit. Do you remember me? My name used to be Zervexy. Wait, for real? No fucking way. What? Zervexy? Oh, hold up. Hold up. Okay, can you do a command follow age? You know what? Oh, I think I can do it on you. Because there's no way. Oh, okay. It's because your new account. Yeah, that's why. Okay, wait. Let me see if I do, yeah, it's not showing up. No, there it is. 4 years, 5 months, 15 days, 11 hours. Yeah, there it is. I found it. I found it. See, that's why I'm mind blown. I'm mind blown because you really are. You really are one of the OGs. Like old school OGs. I'm talking 4 years. 4 years ago, what was that 2022? 2022 when I was, that was before I went full time. But before I went full time, when I was even less of a nobody than I was today. Yeah, so that's pretty wild. Crazy. Yeah, PS4, exactly. PS4 days, Dying Light, before the face cam, before the PC. God damn, that's... Sheesh, that's a fucking blast from the past. I'm glad you're still around, bro. Glad you're still around. You're still here. Okay, Bumano's saying, friends of mine that actually care and did some search said I might have depression according to my behavior. Yeah. I mean, it does sound consistent with it. And, here's the thing, though. I don't want you to treat it like a bad thing. Like, honestly, like, that's the worst. Like, the worst thing you can do is to start, like, is to start spiraling and start believing and thinking that it's, like, that like, being depressed is inherently, like a super bad thing, right? I don't want you to fall down that rabbit hole. Or I don't want you to fall down that line of thinking. Like, it is natural. It is natural to feel depressed sometimes. To go through waves of depression. And, because you know what I mean? Like, I don't want you to feel ashamed to be like, oh, I'm depressed and I'm a piece of shit for being depressed. I'm depressed and I hate myself for being depressed. Like, I get how you're feeling and it's okay. It's okay. It's alright. Like, it'll pass. It'll pass. Yeah, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be rough. You're going to feel like a lot of, like, low energy, low vibes. But it's not the end of the world, man. Like, there is another side to it. It's all right. But Xanax, aka Zervexi, saying I have a kid on the way now. Yeah, congratulations, bro. But I've got to fight for custody, unfortunately, since the mother wanted to take a break, but ended on moving on with another guy to raise my child. Well. Look, man. If there's one thing I've learned is that you can't change people. You can't change other people. Like, it's just... Because I know what you want. It's like you want custody so you can raise your own child, and like the mom is moving on with some other guy, and I assume on some level you want the mom to stay with you, right? You want the mom to stay with you. You want her to be loyal. It's like there's so many things you want, but you can't change other people. You can't control other people. Like, it's just... I was 14, 15 when I started following you. I'm 18, almost 19. And yes, I really did love her and did so much for her. Yeah. Like, but you gotta understand that those are choices that you made. You made those choices because that's who you are. You are someone who loves. You are someone who cares. But no matter how much you love her, no matter how much you gave her, you can't change her. Her decisions are her own. And it hurts. It fucking hurts. It hurts that she moved on with another guy. And I guess she wants that other guy to raise your child. It fucking hurts, but you can't change her. It's her choice, it's her decision. Mono's saying, I just feel ungrateful, man. I have great friends like you guys, healthy food, and a caring home, and I don't want to feel like this? Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like... See, and that's another thing, Mono. It's like... I will say, that's another thing that a lot of depressed people get criticized for, right? People who are depressed, they get criticized for being lazy. They get criticized for being ungrateful. They get criticized for being, like, messy and irresponsible. Like, it's like depression is seen as such a, it has such stigma. Like, that's the stigma around being depressed, right? It's like stigma, where it's like, oh, you're like a evil, bad, malicious, broken person for being depressed. And that's why I'm telling you, like, you don't have to have that stigma. Of course you feel a little ungrateful for being so depressed. But I'm telling you, it's all right. You know, being depressed doesn't mean you're ungrateful. Of course you're not ungrateful. Like, of course you are grateful. Of course you cherish your friends. But that doesn't mean you have to be happy all the time, right? Like, it's okay. It's okay to feel a little depressed sometimes. Because again, the worst thing you can do when you're depressed is feel bad about being depressed. You know? It's like, you're okay. You're okay. You're all right. You're not ungrateful. You're just going through something. Exactly, because like the Solstice said, even people with the best lives can have depression. You know, it's not... You know, like, I don't think you're ungrateful. I don't see you that way. I don't think you're ungrateful. I don't think you're lazy. I think you are just going through... I think you're just going through some hormonal changes, and it's gonna feel uncomfortable. It's gonna feel really, really uncomfortable and really, like, you know, really down and depressed, but it's okay. It's waves. It's just waves. It's waves and waves. It'll pass and you'll feel better. Like, you will. Bazanik says she wants a guy who works at the dollar store to raise my child when I'm making $30 an hour doing actual physical work. All right, Xanax, like, you got your own problems, bro. Like, see, because now what you're doing, bro, is you're comparing. You're comparing, bro. Like, it's not about the money. I get where you're coming from, right? You're thinking, oh, I make more money. I make more money than that other guy, so why the fuck does she want that other guy to raise my child? Because it's not about the money, you see. You see, it's not about the money, is it? It's about heart, soul, love, respect, understanding. You think money alone is going to raise your child? And again, you can't change other people. It's something. It's something in her mind. In her eyes, she sees something in that other guy that she doesn't see in you. Right? If you want to compare, don't compare money. Don't compare the money. Compare hearts. Compare minds, mentalities. Is it possible that she feels more loved with that other guy? She feels more seen? She feels more respected? Is it possible that she trusts, like regardless of the money, she trusts him more than she trusts you? And I know that hurts to hear, but that's her decision, and you can't change that. We're here for you, Mono. That's right, Illusion. I don't usually open up to my family because of that. I know they care, but because of the recent personal things that I won't be sharing, I'm scared that I'll get yelled at. I feel you, Mono. No, I feel you too. Like, I was the same way with my dad. Like, there was a lot of things that I couldn't talk to my dad about. I couldn't tell my dad that I was like shy, scared, and nervous. Because I knew how he would react. He would do the same thing. He would just be like, wow. Just toughen up. Toughen up, get good, toughen up. Oh, you a pussy, you a fucking pussy, just be a real man, toughen up. You know, just like I knew that he wouldn't get it. But like Illusion said, you're always welcome to come and vent to me, Mono, if you ever need to. I'm scared that I'll get yelled at for being ungrateful and because I'm annoying since my sister keeps being dramatic and getting me in trouble about every little thing. Yeah. Mono, I know we don't really know each other that well, but I'm happy to talk if you ever need it. Hug! That's how it was for me and my sister growing up, so I can understand. Yeah, siblings. Siblings are always going to be... They're always going to be stressful. They're going to be stressful, they're going to be a bit of a hassle, but it is learning. It's all a learning experience. Like, you're learning. You're learning, and learning can be painful. Learning can be really, really, really painful. I mean, siblings especially, they're a test in patience, a test in willingness to understand, a test in like knowing how to navigate social situations. So it seems really, really stressful right now because you're in the middle of it. But I promise, like, you will learn. Like, you'll learn and learn and learn, and you'll grow wiser. And then by the end of it, you know, by the time you're a grown-ass man like me, you'll say, yeah, I remember what it's like to have, like, a dramatic sister getting me in trouble about every little thing. And, like, yeah, that shit was stressful. It was stressful, but I learned. And it made me better. So I guess that's the plus side. The plus side is, like, it kind of is like training. And it'll make you wiser in the end. But for right now, just hang in there, all right? You're not alone. We got you. You're going to be all right. Okay, now let's fucking go. I'm thinking how I have a house, I have a steady job, I have support a family. When I met her, I got her off the streets. I let her live with me when she was homeless and an addict. And all she talked about was how she lost my trust, but she was being two-faced and lying to me about the guy. But you see how you're... Because I was being insecure about him, and you know what? I was right. I knew something was wrong when they started doing loads of stuff. I'm good with the dude. He's the one that came to me and told what was happening, how he ended things once it started feeling real. But she still likes him so much. So what's the solution? What do you want? Because the way it sounds, it's obvious. it's obvious this relationship is going nowhere. Like, I guess all you really care about is your child. And that's good. It's good that you care about your child. But like all this drama just makes it seem like, yeah, you guys need to split up for good. Like whatever reasoning, whatever excuses, whatever. Oh well, he said, she said. I want her love again, but it hurts my soul, and I'm tired of the heartache. I was constantly being treated like crap. You see, and that's what I'm saying. Like that's not gonna happen. That ship has sailed, bro. Like that ship is gone. It's gone. It's sailed. Like it really seems like it's over. It's over. It's cooked. And I understand you feel somewhat entitled because of what you said earlier. It's like, I have a house. I have a steady job. I have supportive family. I got her off the streets. Like, because of that, right? Because of that stuff, I think you do feel a little bit entitled to it. But like, again, you can't change people. You can't make people love you. No matter how much you do for them, no matter how much you care about them or how much you love them, it's her choice. You have to let go of that. Let go of that expectation. That's what's hurting you. What's hurting you is the expectation that she will love you again. If you say the right dialogue, if you make the right decisions, like you think she's gonna come back and love you. That's not how it works. She either loved you from the beginning, or she didn't, or she didn't. And the way you're describing things, it seems like she simply didn't. You can't lose what you never had. I don't think she ever really loved you. And for that matter, like, did you really love her? Or were you love bombing in the hopes that she would love you back? She's the one that asked me out. Why? You gotta ask yourself, why? 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 What was it? What was the reason? You think she asked you out because she was in love with you? It was love at first sight. He's so hot. I'm not sure, to be honest. And that's the problem. Ain't that the problem? Ain't that the issue? You don't even know. You don't even know what it was that brought you together in the first place. Where's the love? Where's the communication? Where's the understanding? The trust, the respect. It's like, what do you mean you're not sure? You don't know why she asked you out? You don't know what she loves about you? What do you love about her? It's like... Is this a real relationship, or is this just a fucking facade? Is it just a facade? Just a bunch of lies. Lies stacked up on top of lies. Lies built on lies. Shifting sands. Unstable. It's unstable. That's what it sounds like. It just sounds like a bunch of unstable drama. Just drama. I don't know how to tell you this, but I think you're better off, man. I honestly, truly believe, I think that you're better off. Probably. Or at the very least, you need a nice long break. A nice long break to think about who you are without her. Because I know that that's something that happens sometimes. Sometimes you attach your self-worth to someone else. Like, you let someone else dictate who you are as a person. You let someone else be in charge of your worth and your value. And that's not healthy. That is not healthy. That is classic codependency. And you need to learn how to be independent. Truly, truly independent. Because I'm not talking about like, oh, forget about that slut and go get another slut. No. Just straight. You, alone. In your own lane. In your own mind. Who are you as a person? Not as a reflection of someone else. Not as someone's boyfriend or someone's husband or someone's baby daddy. But you as a person, as an individual. That's the secret to self-love. That is the secret to self-love. Knowing who you are first. And then accepting and loving. And forgiving yourself. Yeah, but right now it seems like you have a lot of your self-worth and self-esteem is really, really attached to this person, and that's why it hurts so much. That's why it hurts so much. You don't seem like your own person. But goddamn, dude, what's going on today? Like, why is it trauma dumping TED Talk time? I'm trying to play this game, bro. I'm trying to finish this shit. Here. Take it back. It's done. Tala shrugged my menage off his shoulders and held it up to me. I looked at it closely, noticing how carefully he'd stitched the tears. Unless you were staring at it like I was, the signs that I had once nearly been in pieces were almost invisible. I knew he'd been fixing it, but it was exceptional work. This is, I began, surprised. It's perfect. How did you? Tala shrugged. I was able to make a needle and thread that night, like you said. I know some sewing from my mom. I did some of it after you ran off. Enough to hold it together at least. And I turned it inside out when I put it on so they wouldn't see the blood. What? That's not how it works. The blood would be seen on the other side. It would soak through, no? Hate to break it to you, Dyer. You're probably not finishing it today. Fuck! No, we have to. We have to. Like, it's just, I don't want to sit. I don't want to have it sitting here. See, because tomorrow we have Sekiro, and I want to finish Sekiro too, bro. Ah, hell. My schedule! Then we have new games I want to play. And then we have Silk Song still. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, it's alright. We keep going. I'll try my best. I nodded, somewhat amazed at how willing Tala now was to cover for me. I remember being scolded by high wound-bearing Nahal the morning after my injury. I'd figured the other sentries would tell the armory about my unexplained absence eventually. And while Nahal reprimanded me for abandoning my post, he heard from the others that I'd been sick and let me off with a warning. Okay, so that's what they said. I suspected it at the time. But now seeing my carefully sewn menage, it was clear that that lie had been Tala's as well. So he covered. Quickly, I took off his menage and offered it up. His was a lighter shade than mine, than my own. So to be extra careful, I've been rubbing it in the dirt frequently in an attempt to hide it. so he as I passed it over, I muttered an apology that it was so filthy. It's like, my bad, bro. I had to rub dirt in it to make it look like mine. Sorry. He shook his head. I'm gonna play with my homie. I'll see if the game he proposes is interesting. See you later, Mono. Have fun. Yeah, see you later, bro. Also, good talk. Good talk, Mono. Take it easy. Something like this. It won't happen again, okay? I'm planning on getting better at archimancy. Really practicing. It'll be helpful on my mission. Fixing my clothes if they tear or my sandals if they break. Your mission? That's what you're calling it now? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Nothing, Aaron. Tell me. Just how far along is this mission of yours? Now you want the details? You thought I was making everything up, right? Remember? I never said I didn't believe you. I said I didn't understand it. You were saying all sorts of strange things. People who lived in the well, finding a way to end the famine. Yeah, that's right. More or less. So did you find a way? I'm working on it. Working on it. What are you working on exactly? I'm gathering information. But it's been weeks at this point. It's like, okay. Let's hear it then. Okay, then he's gonna tell him, right? Gonna tell him about the elevators, the people, the fucking, the ancestors that almost killed me. His interrogation was beginning to irritate me. Yeah, but why? Why is it irritating you? Because you know you've made no progress. I've learned plenty. And yet nothing. Haven't I? I try to get everything straight in my head. The well. I began by describing it. Towering buildings, empty rooms, thousands of doors and windows, staircases that seem to stretch for miles. People live there. Different than me, whatever that meant. They left behind their words. Many of them had died. They'd gone somewhere. It was a place without hunger. A better world. Yeah, a better world. How did they go there? How did they get there? That was the question. An elevator? It carried people. Lots of them. Far away. Okay. Yeah. It was a lead. It was something, at least. What else? Ancestors. I knew that Tala knew already, but I suppose I was finally coming clean about that piece of it. They were everywhere down there. All shapes and sizes. Some of them could speak. Some of them were friendly. Most of them weren't. Some of them were like guards. Some of them were like soldiers. My rambling slowly died out as I heard myself for the first time. What? What have I really learned so far? What have I? The realization sets in. People still live here by Kane Pixels. What about it? You talking to me? Yeah. Was that a song? People still live here? A line reminded me of this. People still live here. It's a short horror series. Whoa. Tough. Yeah, Coolio. Coolio even. It's a lot. You're not making much sense. No, it does make sense. It does. I just don't see the full picture yet. You've been at this for weeks. Shut up. You think I'm not trying? That's all I think about, Tala. All day long. I unpack what I've seen and piece it together. Aram, you sound obsessed. This can't be healthy. What you saying is good? You should watch. Wait, you know about it? Kane Pixels? I stood up. I've had enough of this, I said, turning to leave. If you're still not on my side, then you don't need to know the details. Tala called my name. Hold on, he said. Let me ask you this. Whatever gave you that wound? I glanced self-consciously at my chest. Will it be there waiting for you tonight? I was about to give a curt reply when I realized that my heart was pounding. The thought had been creeping up on me as we'd been speaking. I knew he was probably right. That the terminal authority, it must be waiting for me. I don't know, I said, taking the first step down the staircase. What do you mean you don't know? But if it is, this time, I'm ready. This time, I'll kill it. Guys, keep in mind, it's only been one day. It's only been one day after. I got a big-ass gash on my chest. I think it'd be worth waiting, right? Waiting till I'm fully recovered. I found myself in that place once again. The place I nearly lost everything. The first thing I realized was that it was quiet. Dead silent, as it had been before. The sound of metal fingers scraping against the stone. Chasing me through the halls. It was gone. Kane Pixels is the guy who made the Backroom series and is making the movie too. Oh shit. Sick. But his side series are tough, though, like the Rolling Giant one. Carla, for fuck's sake, you'd know all this if you came with. That is the other thing that, like... The other thing that pisses me off is the fact that he feels that he needs to do this alone. And I get he feels like he has to do it alone because it's like illegal, right? It is technically illegal to go into the well. But what's stopping him, like, from... like, he doesn't have to do it alone, is what I'm saying. He thinks he needs to do it. He thinks he needs to do it alone, but he doesn't have to. Like, if he had been more honest and forthcoming about all this, I mean, he could have, he could have made a whole party. But whatever. Whatever, man. Like, whatever. Whatever. Let's see. Let's see what fresh hell awaits. This is it. There's no other way down from here. I'll have to pass back through. I tensed and gripped my weapon and shield tightly. How many ancestors will I have to destroy to get through? Wait, what? Is it dead? No. The Terminal Authority. It was lifeless. His body hung limp as I came close and made no movement whatsoever. And moreover, the door behind it was now open. What the fuck? Someone else has been down here. What? What happened? There had been dozens of them that night, chasing me down. Where had they gone? Why? Why is it dead? Nothing to do now but press on. Fuck you, ancestor. Take what do you mean take that? Take what? Take what? What? Who? How? I remembered what it had said. There was a single elevator located several dozen strata below this one. That's all I have. So I'll go. Dude, okay, see, because there's someone else. There's got to be someone else coming down here. Someone or something else. Or maybe there's already something else down here. Because even Prava kind of already knew, but then she was all like, oh, it's just rumors. It's just rumors. It's just rumors. But I think she knows something as well. It's just... Oh, okay. Oh. All right. Heal. Woo. It was just one, but I hate those electrocution bastards. Just rumors. Who's talking about the well, Prava? Logically, people shouldn't know because they don't look. Right? Right? Like, rumors from where? Who? Who? It's a conspiracy, I swear. It's a fucking conspiracy. Burn cream. It's like that's a makeshift ladder. Also, I saw in the VOD you asked what electrocution does. I could be wrong, but I think it does some damage to you every turn. Okay, got it. It's like, yeah. What? Okay, that's fucking stupid. What do you mean they regenerate full health? Whatever. That was dumb. I mean, this is unrelated, but do you have an internal monologue, Dyer? Internal monologue? You mean like right now? Like when I'm streaming? Or, Singing in general? Of course, yeah. Yeah, it's always going. Sometimes it's an internal dialogue. Like I'll split my thinking into two. It's like, all right. It's like I'll have debates with myself essentially. I'll be like, okay, you believe this thing, you believe this other thing, now talk. It's like, you thinking first, second, or third person? First. It's a lot of I's. I's, me, I. Even when I have like two voices like debating, it's still me. Well, I think this. Well, I think that. Well, I also feel this way. Well, I also think that way. But have you thought about this? I think I have, but I don't know. Like, what about you? It's like, I think sort of kind of this. Hi, Dar. Yo, what's up, Randy? Weirdo, JK. Look, sometimes you need advice from the smartest person you know. And sometimes the smartest person you know is you. Yeah, but what up, Durandi? What up? We're back. Back again. The fun continues. Okay, so that just leads back to that way. Is that a hammer? Bullshit. Okay, now I understand why. Now I understand why the knockback matters so much. Because that's what the hammer is, right? So you had that hammer. The hammer had a high knockback, so it kept pushing me beyond the bounds. Okay, alright, cool. Tactical shit. How are you? Horrible. I'm horrible, Durandi. I'm horrible. You wanna know why I feel so horrible right now? Because you're dropping in, you're saying hi or whatever, but I know you're gonna leave. You're gonna leave just like everybody else. You're gonna leave, you're not even gonna say goodbye, you're not even gonna say see you later, bro. You're just gonna disappear, you're just gonna go poof. I know you, Durandi. How long? Okay, bye. Alright, see ya. At least you said goodbye this time. I appreciate that. Thanks for letting me know. See, because like before I'd be yapping like, as if you're still here, like, oh hey, yeah, you know, like why, Durandi, you my homie, you the bro, like why. And then you come back like 5 hours later thinking, oh sorry, my bad, I left. What did I miss? Did you react to my links yet? And it's like, bro, what? That was 5 hours ago. Never mind, I can't leave with saying goodbye. My disappearance must be secret. I hope you know that you are ruining our relationship, okay? I hope you understand that I no longer trust you. I don't know who you are anymore. Who are you? You're not the man I married. You've changed. Let's just keep going. Because another aspect of this game that I do appreciate is like the it's not really Metroidvania, but it sort of kind of is, like with the like the different rooms and exploration. Like you really got to be good at keeping track of everything. Oh. Or like track of where you're going, so you don't get lost. But also, I want to read this, or would this just say the same? Pardon? Here's cheeseburger. Composite lead hand axe. Yo, that sounds tough. That sounds so fucking sick. Oh, and it's short range. So it's short range and has average knockback. That could actually be really useful. So it deals extra damage while at high health. Oh. Yeah, because like even my sword has weak knockback. So average is a step up. I'm too afraid to admit to me leaving and cheating on you with other streamers all the time. Okay, why can't you just let me be with who I can't? Why must I always reveal my littlest moments of my private life with you? Why do you want to know everything and all? I mean, I don't need to know everything, you know, but like a nice little see you later, bro. You know, is that too much? Is that too much to ask? Does that make me weird? Just because I want a little see you later, bro. You know, a little peace out. Yes? Yes, obviously. Alright. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. You don't have to tell me. I absolve you of your duties. What the fuck? Oh, he looks so cool. Those shields? This is like a shield. Shield ancestor. Look, I'm not gonna force you, okay? I'm not gonna force you to do anything you don't want to do. Whoop. Whoop. Missed. Okay, perfect metal. Nice. Whoop. See, and I love it. I love like the there is a little bit of like Souls-like aspect in the sense that you don't necessarily have to defeat every enemy. It's like it is completely valid to simply just run. Just run. Run. I'm messing with you on my Nutrigram. You just want to know which VTubers I watch so you can steal them from under my arm? You think I'm gonna steal your VTubers? Bro, enjoy your VTubers. Like stealing VTubers from under your arm, bro. Steal them how? Yeah, they don't want me. They don't want me. And frankly, I don't want them. Okay, I don't want them. I don't want them. I don't need them. What VTubers you like? Knowing you, Durandi, you probably just watch male VTubers. Yeah, but this big sword guy, pretty spooky. How does he know? Because you want to know how I know? Because you gay. You gay, that's why. Shit. Fuck. That's my last heal. Whew. Broken data card. Hold up. A small, flat, metallic rectangle. You have no idea what it's for, other than it seems broken. So we can salvage it for 25. But maybe there's a way to fix it. We got 2 of them. Bro, I didn't take my meds this morning and now I feel like shit again. I feel constantly agitated and tensed up. Don't die to a regular enemy? Yeah, I really hope I'm trying my best not to. Oh, you also went to a Boa concert. Hey, congrats. Congrats. But I feel you though, Durandi. Honestly, there's something about today. Something about this week. Everybody's kind of like, I don't know. I feel like everybody's going through it. Gotta go for a bit, be back in like 30 minutes, have fun. Alright, Solstice. But yeah, Durandi, you are not alone. Like, I think, or from what I'm hearing, from what I'm hearing, like, it seems like everybody's sort of, everybody is sort of, going through it right now. So I feel like a broken record. I keep saying, you're not alone. We're here. It's gonna be all right. It is what it is. You'll figure it out. But yeah, it's all right. And yeah, I'm trying to be supportive here, but BRB. All right, Durandi. All right, good. That gives me time to focus. At least I tell you now. See, and I appreciate that. I really do. I really do. See, now I know that, you know, when I'm talking out loud, that you're not here. So there's 2 Hammer Bros. The thing is, I have no... Other streamers have commented on this too, that you just leave without saying anything. Let's see. Yeah, I'm out of heals. And the fact when I say BRB, I actually leave and never come back. I mean, I kind of figured it's the nice way. Also, lurking. It's like, I know how it is. People be like, oh, you know, command lurk. And I know what that means. That means they'll lurk for like 2-3 seconds and then, you know, they're out. I don't take it personal, you know, because regardless, I stream, but I notice. I notice. How does he know? Because I know, because you need to understand I am a chatter. I'm a streamer, but I am also a chatter. I am also a chatter. Like, I know these tricks. I know these tactics because I use them too. I use them too. But I gotta go pee. I'll be back. This is giving Halasia? The hell is Halasia? Or Halazia? Wait, Halatees, yeah? The, okay, no, it's coming back to me. It's coming back to me. It's the dimension. The Halatees dimension. Where everything's like dystopic. I remember. No, fuck! So close, so close. Lightweight silicone structure. Wait, that's Z-World? Oh, Z-World. What's Halazia? Or Halasia? Yeah, but not gonna lie, guys, these guys are pretty tough. This was the door down here. Your height is like Joe Rogan's? My... Bro, I'm tall, I swear. Look how tall I am. I'm out of the frame. Yeah, don't step up to me, little bro. I swear, I'm tall. Humph. Yeah, whatever, man. We'll see how tall you are with my dick in your ass. Anyways. Lamau. Kinetic blood stimulant. Whoa! Wait, ancestor frame? 600? Sick! Okay, kinetic blood stimulant accessory. Small medical contraption designed to be inserted into the wearer's arm and kept firmly in place around the shoulder with a metal clasp. In response to high physical stress, the device injects adrenaline and glucose directly into the bloodstream, making it into an indispensable tool for a soldier. So stagger attacks restore health. Oh. Oh, also, I didn't realize this was an accessory. So it decreases encumbrance. So an intricately formed silicone structure of a remarkable lightweight, the making of which being possible only through extremely sophisticated archimancy. So I guess it makes things lighter? Okay, I think this would be really useful. It's like an extra bit of health, but I think it's got to be stagger attacks. We're just gonna ignore that because this didn't make any sense. Yeah, you wouldn't get it. Yeah, look at this version. This version wouldn't get it. Because here we have the recovery rate. That's really useful. And it's consistent. I don't gotta hit attacks or anything. Same for the defense. Alright, let's keep going for now. My height would remain unchanged. I don't know, man. I feel like it would make you a little taller, you know, because you would have some inches inside of you. Wake up, world! Where are you? It's time. Propaganda, a tease. My friend got her wisdom teeth out. She in pain. Is she on drugs? Bruh! Look, there you go. You finally got it. Look, it's finally clicking. It's like, oh. See, that's how my jokes are. My jokes. I got 5D head level jokes. Where are you, dude? I said, are you there? Are you there? What drugs would they give her? Tylenol, maybe? I mean, in America, when you get your wisdom teeth out, they give you the good shit, man. They give you that good shit that have you high. It's like you're in the car on the way home and going, I want to go to Disney World. Where am I? Is this forever? Can I smoke? I want to smoke. Okay, I can't smoke. Can I suck dick? I can't suck dick either. Oh, that's general anesthesia, not because of medication. Oh, well, I guess. I'm trying to be extra careful because I don't have any heals left. Gotta go back. Trauma reduction shield? Or redirection? Bro, there's so much loot. Okay, so that's what that is. Concussion. Okay, so it's slightly heavier. The knockback. Oh, that's so good, though. It's so good. 25% knockback. Plus concussion defense. Also deals stagger damage to the attacker. Bro. It's really good. But 15 to 5, and that's 10, 25, 35 in total. It's 7. Like, this is really well rounded, but this one. Yeah, it's time. Yeah, this one's too good. It's too good. Yeah, I'd rather not risk it. Let's just go back. Okay, but I know there's a door down there, and there's another thing on this side. It sucks that we have to go all the way back. I was hoping to find another resting spot, but eh. Whew. Man, oh man, oh man. Man, 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 man. Man, oh man, oh man, man. So many problems, y'all. Problems in the world. Shit going on. I think sometimes I do. I resonate with Aram because he does feel like personally responsible. Like he has to do something, right? He has to do something to save the world. He's got like, it's a bit of a hero complex. But one of the misconceptions is like this idea that you somehow have to do it alone. And I think that's his fatal flaw. His fatal flaw is his unwillingness to like talk about things, to share things, you know, to share the burden essentially. Rain says, "Well, I'm still looking for something to paint my cat. Something to paint. My cat decides to lay on me. Are you kidding me, man?" Maybe it's a sign. It's a sign. You could paint your cat. So strong. I'm the strongest. Nah, I did that for my expressive art folio. I ain't doing that shit again. Fair enough. Fair enough. So I know back there is already a dead end. But from here, we can't go down. And if you go back up, that just leads back to the beginning. What's over here? Right, that just leads back that way as well. Dude, this place is a maze. It's so big. Okay, let's just keep going forward. Because all this I've seen already. There's got to be something else up ahead. No, because that was another dead end. Maybe if we go down? Okay, this has got to be new because I don't remember this. Oh no, I do remember now. No. Feisty. Okay, so this is where the door was, and that's a dead end. And then this leads to this. Also a dead end. Bro, come on. I'm so lost. Okay, it's a door with a mechanism. That means it has some kind of... It's got to be some kind of switch around here. See, because I already passed through here, but I feel like maybe there's something I missed. Aha, yeah, this is what it was. Segmented longsword? We just keep getting loot. Okay. This was medium range. Increased damage exponentially for each perfect hit in a row. Okay, no, never mind. I'm dog shit at that. That's not gonna happen. But it is heavy. Oh no, but even base damage, bro. Even base damage does crazy. Oh no, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong thing. Nah, base damage is pretty whack. Right, whatever. We're not here looking for new weapons. Wait, is that another one? A familiar form came into sight. It was another terminal authority. And just like the first, it seemed lifeless. Dead. Were they all like this? Was I just unlucky finding one that was still alive? Strange. I wouldn't risk it, man. I would fuck it up just to make sure it doesn't come back. Because it doesn't seem dead. It just seems like powered down, right? Or at least that's how it seems to me. Yeah, I think it's just powered down. Too good. Okay, more burn cream. From here we can go down, we can also go up. I want to go up first, because I know up leads back to the beginning. Wait, that's it? There's nothing else? Fuck. Well. Something's happening. Cutscene. In the center of the cramped room, there looked to be a table. On top of it was a rectangular metal box about the size of my palm. It was inset with some sort of glass. I picked it up to get a closer look. As I lifted it, there was a small thud and noticed something that had fallen out of it. Lying on the table was a peculiar small metal card. It was flat, hard, and had a greenish hue. Some kind of chip card. It looked as if it was supposed to... It looked as if it was supposed to slot perfectly into the opening at the top of the device. Out of curiosity, I picked up the small card and pressed it carefully back inside. There was a soft click. Then suddenly, glowing green characters appeared on the glass. I nearly dropped it in surprise. More writing? See, because this is new, right? This is technology that I don't think he's ever seen before. I mean, back at the village, it's just pottery. It's like pottery, like swords, shields, what's the word? Textiles and shit. This is digital. More writing? There were several sentences that seemed to be cut off by the bottom of the screen. Curious, I put my finger against the glass, and the text moved up. He's scrolling. He's an iPad kid now. I can move it around. What is this? Book? Tablet? I began to read. Esha. I was finally permitted by the counselor to walk the bridge to the adjacent stratum. The terminal authority was reluctant to let me enter even after I presented my gene card. That's the way things are now, I suppose. Their dosage center was nearly as depleted as our own. But I managed to trade for a small supply of insulin for you. You'll be okay. Come find me as soon as you can. I love you. I reached the end of the writing, and with a soft click, the card ejected itself from the device, leaving the glass dark once again. Okay, so it was just a note, I guess. It was like a letter. So many unfamiliar words. But it seems to further support my suspicion. The people here, they were cruel to each other. Very cruel. They used ancestors to keep themselves apart. Why? Looking at the shelves lining the walls, I realized how many more metal cards there were. Eager to learn more, I stepped quickly to the nearest shelf and grabbed another. It quickly fell apart in my hands. Oi. Scanning the shelves, I realized that the majority of the cards were in very poor condition. Damn it. There must be more of them. In better shape. I'll take this. I'll take this reading device with me. Picked up reading device. Also interesting that they all ended up here. Wait, could this be like some kind of... No, it's gotta be like a courier station, right? Because we do the same thing. Like, we have couriers, like, stacking up all our notes. It's gotta be the same. It's digital. It's different technology. But it's the same concept. We live in a society. There's more guys down there. Petrified bone, perfect. Yeah, that'll come in handy. There's 2, 3... I'm alright. Relax. In fact. Yeah, there we go. Bye. Bye. Oh. I see them moving. Look, as much as I enjoy fighting these guys, I'd much rather make progress. Oh, okay, look. Okay, perfect. The next one's at 16. Oh, wait, and then the door. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that leads back to the, back up there. Goes back here. Get more loot. Okay, that's a big one. Oh, it's just one, right? If it's just one, I can take him. Let's go. Okay, it's two. But you know what? They're not that tough. Wait, let's just wait. Stamina regen. Let's go. Yeah, let me heal. It's always something. Okay, another broken data card. Another broken or lifeless terminal authority. Ionized discharge shield. What? Inflicts electrocution buildup. A sleek reflective shield formed from an outer layer of a stainless steel and an inner conductive layer of electrum. The shield's primary mechanism involves storing electricity and then releasing at the moment of the contact with a metal weapon. I don't think it's worth it because we lose out on everything else. That's it's a cool little ability. Another cutscene. This room seemed different than the rest. It was divided into small sections by high tables, each littered with an assortment of items. It's gotta be some kind of store. Some of them were familiar. Small cubes, pyramids, and spheres. Small objects children in the settlement would make to practice their archimancy. But many of them were significantly more intricate. Shapes that seemed to twist into themselves. Shapes with hundreds of faces. Many of them were shiny or reflective. Metal, perhaps. I was unsure what kind. There were tools as well. On the table there was a metal card. I picked it up and carefully inserted it into the reading device. There was a soft click, then the glass lit up with glowing characters. I began to read. Observations on the age of objects made by means of archimancy. I have now concrete evidence that the relative age of two objects made using archimancy gives them special physical interactions. I have for many months been running trials using the various metals I am capable of creating. Though admittedly my access to the schemata for more sophisticated elements are limited by my stratum. By law, I am not allowed to speak to my contemporaries in the levels above myself. However, I have made do nonetheless. Over a year now, I first noticed it. I dropped a small copper scalpel on the ground and saw that it left a sizable dent in the floor. I thought it immediately strange that such a light implement had caused so much damage to the solid concrete, and so began my investigations. Indeed, all of the tools in my laboratory were capable of causing severe damage to the concrete of the building with minimal physical effort on my part. The material of the walls isn't particularly brittle. Hitting it against itself has little effect. That was when it occurred to me. All of the tools in my laboratory had been made by myself using archimancy within the past 5 years. It stands to reason that the strata themselves were once made with archimancy too, but quite some time ago. I'm told by my daughter that our stratum, being one of the newest, is still at least 700 years old. The implication is that this should now be the implications of this should now be clear. The older an object made with archimancy is, the more fragile it is to archimancy made recently. When taken to the extreme, proper utilization of this phenomena can wield incredible results. Okay. Bro, the implications. Yeah, the implications. Okay, today I created a hammer of tempered iron, and within seconds of its construction, I struck a slab of concrete with all my might. The concrete, which I know to be at least 700 years old, was perhaps 4 cubic feet in volume, and it crumbled like gravel. I tried to process what I just read. The people that lived here, they knew so much about archamancy. So much more than we do. Does Sachi know this? If it's true, it might give me an incredible advantage. So that means if we make a weapon, right? If we make like a recent archamancy weapon, it would demolish shit. Because everything here is old. I'm guessing including the ancestors, no? But I guess it also depends, like, are the ancestors made with archamancy? Questions. I walked home through the darkened streets with the other sentries thinking it over. Ancestors. Are they also made from archamancy? Yep, see, look, there we go. I thought about what I'd read. At the time the message had been written, there were ancestors still. That means, if they were indeed made by means of archamancy, it was at least a very long time ago. It stands to reason, if I improved enough so that I could create simple weapons from archamancy and use them against ancestors in the heat of battle, it could make short work of them. Yeah. Yes, this might work. I quickened my pace, eager to get home. I'll need to start practicing. Seriously practicing. Every night. See, and this is, okay, this is classic. It's classic Aaron feeling that he has to do it alone. Because, like, what's stopping him from going to Sachi and saying, oh, hey, Sachi, like, you ever tried making a dagger? You know, could you maybe, like, perhaps make a sword for me, please? He doesn't even have to tell her what it's for. He can just be like, oh, I want something to remember you by. But, like, why does he feel like he has to do it on his own? So seriously practicing every night in my spare time when I have a break on duty. Whatever it takes, however many hours. Suddenly, I stopped and let them walk ahead. Kala turned back to look at me for a moment. But then he kept walking. I thought about what he'd said. Obsessed. I'm not obsessed. This isn't an obsession. It's all I can do. It's my real obligation. I'm not obsessed. I'm not. Yeah, that's really assuring. That's how you know you're not obsessed. You just keep saying it over and over. I'm not obsessed. I'm not obsessed. I'm not obsessed. I'm back. How much did I miss? We discovered the reading card with the thingy thing, the age discrepancy in items made with archamancy. I'm not addicted. I can quit whenever I want. Yeah, for real. You know, it's so crazy because as an alcoholic, I used to tell myself, like, unironically, I really, really, truly, truly believe that. I was like, I'm not an alcoholic. I'm not an alcoholic. It's like, no, I kept making all these, like, what do you call it? I guess, like, excuses. Just excuses. Yeah, they were essentially just excuses. Excuses. But the truth was always there. Like, I am an alcoholic. I love alcohol. I love it so much. Even now, like, the thought of it, the thought of that blissful euphoria of getting drunk again. You know, it lingers. It lingers like a demon on my shoulder. But anyways. Look, see, look, sources, I said the same thing. But then Ray said, nah, I already did that. Anyways, I came back to a quiet home. For once. Kanari and I didn't speak at all as we headed to our sleeping rooms. There was no banter. No laughs. It made me uneasy. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed up until the small hours practicing archamancy under my covers to block the light it produced. Recalling our very first lessons in general education. Over and over again, I made small blocks of wood and stone. Spheres and pyramids of clay and packed dirt. Trying desperately to make up for years of lost practice. Damn, great minds think alike. By the way, Rain, if you're okay with sharing, could I see? I don't think she's made anything yet. Or unless you mean the painting of the cat. Save and continue. I would take a little lunch break right now, but I want to power through as much as I can. I don't know if I have a photo. From that day, the strange boy had taken her hand. The girl's life began to change. Okay, now we're back to Prava. Okay, Prava backstory. Take a break, give yourself more energy to go on. Make sure you eat. Next time, look, we'll do it like in the next hour. In the next hour or so, like I'll eat something. But I really do want to make some progress. But I promise, look, I promise, I'm not going to starve myself. My lentils are ready, okay? My lentils are in the kitchen, ready to be devoured. From that day, the strange boy had taken her hand. The girl's life began to change. At first, there were nothing more than small gestures. Waves in her direction as they passed by, calling her by name, on occasion inviting her to play as they had. How long would it last, she wondered. At some point, it had to end. Soon the days became weeks, and the weeks became months. And before she knew it, the girl was waiting for them after her lectures, sharing her meals with them, speaking to them unprompted. How had it happened? She'd done nothing for them. Nothing at all. Often the girl found herself sitting by a window open to the courtyard. Most days they were there. The two boys would spar in the shadow of the bell tower, along with others aiming to one day take wound-bearing as their obligation. She would watch them as she sat in her lectures, learning to stitch wounds and set bones. The girl wondered why it was they chose to spend so much time with her. With her, when there were so many other children. Is this what it's like to have sisters? The girl could count on one hand the number of conversations she had with her own. Now that they were apprentices and journeymen, they never came home. They never came to see her. Aram, the taller of the two, was quiet and kind. If the girl had forgotten her things, without thinking, he would volunteer to retrieve them. Like no other, Aram was passionate. He trained harder than any boy she'd ever seen. Though, between the two, he was the shorter boy that the girl found herself drawn. In every room he was in, regardless of who might be there already, Kanari made himself known. He carried himself like dry grass lifted on the wind. Yeah, okay, look, here we go. She's about to speak from the heart. Something about that boy. I don't know what it is. He carried himself like dry grass lifted on the wind, dancing softly through the air, blowing over the island and out to sea. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Nothing could hold him down or force him to sit still. The lecturer would speak and Kanari would whisper a joke under his breath. There were his pranks too. Children would find their sandals missing, only to see Kanari flash a mischievous grin from across the courtyard. Also, hey, what's up, Shadow? Yo. While so many worked so earnestly towards their obligations, hoping desperately to impress the adults that observed them, Kanari simply let all the little things blow over him with the wind, smiling all the while. At first, she was astonished by the rude boy's behavior, the sarcastic way he answered adults, his casual demeanor in every situation. But towards the girl, "Come on, Prav. Let's get to the highest branch." Kanari put out his hand for the girl to take. The sun was low in the horizon, and in the golden light, the pale tree was lit like a great flame. The girl shuffled anxiously in the yellow grass, looking up to the boy hanging off the trunk. "We're not supposed to climb it," she said. But Kanari just laughed. Any other person would think twice doing the things he did. But Kanari was Kanari and nobody else. So he just laughed. "If we're not supposed to climb it, they should build a wall around it," he said, keeping his hand outstretched. The girl looked around nervously. "What if I fall?" Kanari smiled. "I'll catch you. And if I don't," he looked at the sky thoughtfully, "I'll jump off after you so we'll both get hurt." That's my boy. That's my boy. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I... Goddamn. See, that's it. That's romance. That's love. That's love right there. If you fall, I'll catch you. And if I don't catch you, fuck it. I'll jump after you so we both get hurt. Also, what the fuck is a swiper? Bro might be swiper? Like the fox? Swiper no swiping? Who? Oh, you're probably talking about Canary, right? Because of the sandals? The fuck are we supposed to do? Build a wall around every tree? Heh. He's the goat. Yeah, it's really nice. Really nice of him. Like, that's a real friend. I'll jump off after you, so we'll both get hurt. That seems fair, doesn't it? Yes. Around her, it was different. It was the way he laughed it all off. The many things the girl was taught to care so much about. To Canary, some days, nothing in the world mattered even half as much as watching the sunset from the top of the tree. It was that. That was what compelled her to take his hand every time he offered it. But that time she spent with the two boys, the time she took away from her studies, the girl knew it wasn't free. Going hungry. So quickly, it wasn't enough anymore. It was a dull thud, and she dropped the piece of ash brick onto the ground beside her. The stinging pain had left her lightheaded, because she's starving herself. Wait, or stinging pain? The girl grit her teeth, taking shallow, labored breaths. Wait, ash brick? What's going on? One more. She eyed her upper arm, looking for open space. She's cutting herself from the top to bottom, ending just at the point where her sleeve stopped covering her skin. Her arm was covered with bruises and welts. Oh, she's hitting herself. Some are old, black and scabbing. Others, like the ones she just giving herself, were red and bleeding. There's no more room. The girl carefully rolled down her sleeve and began eyeing her thigh when she heard footsteps. She saw a careful pull at the curtain to the storage room's door, a face peering in. She froze. Prava? Canary's voice came softly. Are you in here? She pulled the curtain up and stepped inside. Or he pulled the curtain up and stepped inside, seeing her sitting against the far wall. Immediately, the girl felt shame overwhelm her. She tried in vain to cover the stones and shards of brick by her side with her menage. And all the while, Canary looked at her curiously. Had he seen? He looked at her for a long moment, and then took a step forward, reaching for something at his side. Taking a knee, he produced a bound notebook and writing stick, handing it to her. Here, for you. She looked at the notebook, unsure what to make of it. Did you take this without asking? She asked. Canary grinned. Well, I borrowed it. Yeah, aka he stole it. Fuck, I guess he is. Swiper from Dora. Swiper, no swiping. And then Solstice saying someone's depressed. Bro, this is more than mere depression. Depression is one thing, but when it becomes self-harm, like that's something else, man. That's psychological. The girl held it in her arms, flipping through the blank pages. For notes, she asked. Canary shook his head. No, Prav. It's for you. You don't usually say much. So, I was thinking, like, if you want to say something, and you don't want to say it out loud or whatever, you can write it down. Then, show it to me later. The girl looked up at him, then met his eyes, and wondered for the 1000th time, what's she done to deserve this attention? Or his attention? But only if you want to, okay? Yeah, that's like... friendship, bro. Friendship, that's motherfucking friendship right there, man. That's fucking friendship. It's like, what did I do? What did I do to deserve such great friends? It's enough to make a grown man cry. I'd been staring at the ceiling for over an hour before I decided to go to work. I would go to work. It was getting longer and longer each day. The time I spent deciding if it was genuinely worth it. God above. Did this used to be so hard? No. I don't think it did. I remember having a reason at some point. Something that motivated me to get up in the morning and to go to work. I don't remember what it was. He's having an existential crisis. Did I cure cancer in my sleep or something? You? What? Oh, because like, oh, what did I do? I saw everyone through my doorway. Wait, what? Wait, huh? Wait, are we? I saw Aaron through my doorway, sitting by the staircase and tying his sandals. We're Canary! When he noticed that I sat up, he looked at me and gave me a weak grin. I waved, trying to smile in return. Aaron's weapon and shield were lying on the ground to his left. As soon as he'd finished putting on his sandals, he took up his equipment and hurried down the stairs. Just like that, he was gone. It was a sight to behold, really. Unless I was slowing him down, Aaron was never late to getting to his post. Every morning, he woke up at the same time and followed the same routine. He dressed, polished his weapon, and was out of the door in under 15 minutes. I don't get it. Where does he get all that energy? Where does he get all that drive? He must remember his reason. Whatever it is that compels Aaron to get out of the door every day. It must be Sachi, right? Wasn't that supposed to be me? I was supposed to carry that sword and shield. I looked down at myself. The papers strewn about my floor. The cane left lying haphazardly off to my side. And the worthless, broken body still lying in bed. Unable to will itself just to stand and get dressed. No. Of course not. That was never supposed to be me. Aaron was made to hold that sword. I was made just to watch. Oh, God. This is getting a little too relatable. Yeah, that's why it's such a good game. It's such a good fucking game. The writing, bro. The fucking writing. Prava held my arm firmly as we walked towards the kiln. I watched smoke billow from the chimney of the brickworks as we passed it by, drifting high into the morning air and disappearing from sight. I wasn't paying attention and my cane caught on an upturned brick. I stumbled, losing my balance, but immediately I felt Prava's grip tighten on my arm, preventing me from falling face first into the street. Sorry, I muttered, embarrassed. Prava shook her head gently. You should lean on me more. It'll help. Oh. The dev did a great job. I agree. Whoever wrote this might be Shakespeare. I understand the sentiment, but the truth is you don't have to be Shakespeare to write something meaningful. I think you just have to be honest. How sad is that? Walking with her is actually easier than walking with my cane. Leaning my head out of line, I looked towards the front. I'd gone ahead of Prava to get my ration today. She told me she had something to do first. I watched as the cart worker poured just over a fifth of one ladle into a bowl. A fifth of one ladle? How big is a ladle? The apprentice at the front of the queue walked off, looked down at his food without a blank, tired expression. But that's like one gulp. You just go, whoop, and then you... Huh? Another reduction this week, it seemed. What difference will it make? I'm still hungry from the fourth of a portion I got yesterday. Suddenly, there was a forceful push at my back and I stumbled forward, almost losing my balance. Bro, they're bullying him! I turned my head rapidly and saw a group of 3 journeymen in line behind me. They laughed under their breath, turning away coyly as if they hadn't just shoved me. More of this. Or more of this? It had been happening frequently, whenever Prava wasn't with me. They took any opportunity to push me around. That's for the best, though. Thank God she isn't around to see this. Yeah, but she knows, though. She knows. Even if she doesn't see it, she knows it's happening, man. She knows it's happening. It's a regular ladle size. They hungry? Fuck. Yeah, it's basically one spoon. Here you go. One fucking spoon. And that's a day. One little spoon a day? Come on. Wait, also Shakespeare is overrated anyway? True? No. Okay, all right. Look, I didn't mean to shit on Shakespeare. Shakespeare for his time? Pretty legendary. Very legendary, very goated. What I'm trying to say is, like, nowadays, you don't have to be like Shakespeare, you know? Like, nowadays, like now is now, right? Now is now. It's our time. And in our time, we can make art that is just as meaningful, just as powerful. That's simply the point I was trying to make. Something is better than nothing, to be honest. I don't know, man. Like, sometimes just, hey, it's like teasing. It's like, oh, you're teasing me. You're giving me one little spoon. Like, that's it. It's like, I'd rather have nothing. I turned away, choosing to ignore them today. What can I do anyway? Hide behind Aram? Get him to fight my battles for me? No way. When Prabha wasn't around, it made it so obvious. So easy to see. I don't have a single friend here. I haven't made a single one. Not one in 7 years. That's fucked, isn't it? Or, no. It's kind of funny, actually. All I've ever done is be a complete ass. There hasn't been a single day where I've ever taken my work at the kiln seriously. Not like the others. It's no wonder they're finally fed up with me. I deserve it. It's who I am. Fuck. For his time, I'm sure he was amazing, and still, even in modern times, is great, but still overrated in my opinion. I don't know, man. See, like, bro, Macbeth go hard. Like, he's got some fucking verses, man. He's got some verses that's like, shit. That fucking sting. Hamlet's fucking iconic. To be or not to be, that is the question. You know? It's like shaving off this mortal coil. He just coined so many words, so many expressions that I think is so easy to take for granted now. Wait, he really did shape language. I can't say he's overrated, because I think he's rated exactly the way he should be. He's a legend for a reason. I dipped my brush into the small bowl of ink on the table, lifting it to the surface of the vase. Base vase? I made a long stroke along the side, linking it up with a line Prabha had just finished. She sat on her knees to my right, quietly painting. Whatever I was assigned to do, unless she was explicitly told otherwise, she volunteered to do it with me. Everything. She followed me around everywhere I went, to and from work, and then all day long. She does things for me. All the time. Without asking. She brings me things so I don't have to walk and get them. She carries anything that's too heavy. She gives me a hand every time I try to stand up. I looked over at her, kneeling next to me. She noticed me turn my head and gave me a sidelong glance. She smiled. I've let this go on too long. Way too long. Letting her do these things for me. Is she really? Are we really that close? I see her every single day. More than Aram. How did it get like this? How did it happen? How does she see? What does she see in me? What does she see that keeps her glued to my side? I have no redeeming qualities at all. Not like Aram, not like Sachi. None. There was a soft rattling sound, and I realized I dropped my brush on the ground. Cry! What it do? What's up, box? Okay, to be fair, I don't think I've seen an entire play, so I shouldn't say anything. I'll give my thoughts once I've given him a proper chance. No, yeah, definitely a high key. High key, agree. Yeah, you gotta give Shakespeare a shot, because, like, bro had bars. And also, yeah, this shit is sad. It's fucking sad, man. But it's cool because we finally get to see a side of Kanari that we've never seen before. Because, like, for the whole game, he's sort of been like a side character. He's been a bit of a side character, so it's cool that now we're seeing things from his perspective. The contrast between past Khan and present Khan couldn't be more, for real. Boy, Shakespeare, we not in the 1600s. I digress. Before I had the chance to look and see where it had fallen, Prabha was already reaching for it. She handed it to me without a word and I took it. Yes. It needs to stop. Because this feeling I get when she's around, it's suffocating me. Oh, shit. I've never seen Kanari in Genin? You mean in general? This is getting really relatable fast. Yeah. You degrease? Because you greasy, yeah? Bitch, where? Where? Huh? Where? I took a shower this morning. I'm fluffy as hell. I'm a fluffy boy. Fluffy. Fluffy, soft, smooth. Yeah, you fucking see that moisture? Moisturize. Moisturize, baby. Actually, I need a haircut. Look, my sides. My sides are messy as hell. No grease. No grease. I know what this shit is. Yeah, I know TS. TS is this shit, but sometimes I just say this. You know, just to save myself some time. So, Sachi convinced me to go back and look under my desk. And, of course, that's where it was. Ah. Should have been the first place I looked. You know? Glad you found it. Mm-hmm. See, now, this is interesting. Okay, all right. I wonder, what's gonna happen, dude? What's gonna happen? Because now that we know, right? Now that we know that Prabha is obviously in love with Kanari, and I think Kanari does love Prabha, but he's also feeling suffocated by her. And we also know that Prabha has mommy issues, and that's why she's sort of attached herself to Kanari and babies him a bit, because I guess she's just like... it's just so psychological, man. It's so fucking psychological. Are you feeling okay today, Khan? Yeah, I am. Why? You've been so quiet lately. Is it the hunger pains? I get them all the time. Huh? No. Nah, it's nothing like that, Prabha. It's the end of the day. I'm just eager to finish packing up so we can go home. Is it the journeymen? Are they being cruel to you again? Prabha, I already... Just say who it is. Point them out and I'll talk to them. Prabha, I won't let it keep happening, okay? I dropped the box I was lifting onto the shelf loudly, spinning my face to Prabha. God above. How many times do I have to keep repeating myself to this damn girl? She just won't let up. I felt my frustration boil over. My God, Prabha, I snapped. I don't need your help with anything like that. It's not a problem. So stop asking about it. Immediately, I knew I shouldn't have raised my voice. Prabha fell silent, casting her eyes aside in embarrassment. See, and now she feels bad. No. No! She shuffled her feet, clasping her hands at her waist. We passed a moment in tense silence. Right, she finally said, her voice thin and quiet. Okay then. If you ever need me, just say my name and I'll come for you wherever you are. A moment later, Prava reached behind her and produced a small notebook. The notebook! She's pushing, he pushed back, story as old as time. It's not even pushing in an aggressive kind of way. The thing is, she cares about him. She loves him. She loves him. She cares about him. But the thing is, he isn't explaining. It's classic miscommunication, right? It's like he's getting sick of her constantly being, she's being clingy. That's what it is. She's being so clingy that it's coming off as desperate and like, she's doing too much. She's doing too much. And he has no way of like, so he keeps trying to tell her like, hey, like I don't need, like you worry too much. You're worrying about me too much. You worry too much. You worry too much. You worry too much. Like please, like don't worry so much because like now you're making me worry. Like you worrying so much about me makes me worry about you because it makes me think like, what the fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Why are you so clingy and so fucking attached to me? Like, worry about your own shit. You know, it's given like codependent. Is given codependent. And also Kanari himself, like he's sick of feeling like a burden. He's sick of feeling like a baby, right? Okay, now I get what Aaron was saying earlier about Prava, like, yeah, like constantly babying him so much. Like it is infantilizing, right? It's infantilizing. It's a little degrading and demeaning, and even like, well, what's the word? Patronizing. It's a little patronizing. It's like I'm a grown man, man. You know, let me. I can wipe my own ass. Sorry, I need you to pick. Pick what? What am I picking? You have language for a reason. Use it. Yeah, exactly. She's not pushing to be mean or any kind of bad faith. Yeah, she's not, but it's still not landing the way she wants it to land, right? Because I guess she wants to be helpful. She wants to be useful. But I think that need to be helpful and useful is like a sign of a much deeper trauma wound within herself. You know? Hey, Uncle, when you can? Alright, gotcha. Like, it's just, again, it's deeply psychological. But anyways. A moment later, Prava reached behind her and produced a small notebook. She opened it delicately, taking up the charcoal stick pressed in between the pages and began writing. So that's what she was writing. I watched her scribble away as she so often did, feeling like there was a weight in my stomach. I must have given that to her more than 10 years ago. And she's still... I started to speak without thinking. God. You're really still using that old thing? Oh, no! Just toss it already. There are plenty of notebooks around. Immediately, she stopped writing. No! First, Prava looked up at me, eyes wide. Then down at the notebook in her hands. She seemed to study it intensely for a long few seconds. Ultimately, tucking the notebook back into her menage. I'll be right back, Khan, she said quietly. I forgot that I left something in the other room. With that, she walked briskly past me and through the door. The sound of her footsteps echoed through the nearly empty building. And I realized she hadn't actually gone anywhere at all. She was standing on the other side of the doorway, just out of my sight. There was a faint whimper. And then, barely perceptible above the ocean winds, there was quiet sobbing. Oh, we can actually hear it. It was faint. Like everything possible was being done to cover it up. That's her. It was over in under a minute. And just as quickly as she left, Prava came back in, stopping just short of me. I stared, biting my tongue to keep myself from saying even a word. Anything at all. She wiped her eyes and extended her hand, smiling. Should we go home? It's not enough. Prava's angry voice cut the... And then now we're here. Ah, fuck. No! No, he didn't apologize, bro. Ah. No, no, no. No, bro, it's like watching a train wreck. Like everyone's just doing the wrong thing. Oh. Oh. Ah. No. Okay. Okay, Loki attempted to do one, but so far I got votes for either 1 or 4. So these are for what I said earlier. I need opinions on what one to use. You mean that's like a reference? This one is speaking to me. Like this was pretty cool too. Oh yeah, that one's pretty sick. But this one feels more like a phone wallpaper, right? Like this space is empty for the time, the weather, messages and stuff. I guess same for this one. I like this one. The power. It's a powerful pose. It's almost like a T pose. I'm leaning towards this one. I like this one. Wait, but also for what? Like painting, yeah? Okay, okay, so yeah, to paint. Yeah, I vote for number 2. Scarecrow, yeah, it's like Scarecrow vibes too, yeah, Scarecrow. It's mostly the composition. I like the composition of it. It's very tough. Two votes on 2, 2 votes on 1 and 4. All right. Back to the drama. And scene. It's not enough. Prava's angry voice cut the quiet evening air. You're not doing enough. I looked at Prava nervously, noticing the dark circles under her reddened eyes. Her hair was unkempt. As she slept, I spoke up. I've done everything you've asked of me. If you just tell me what it is. That's... Prava stepped forward, grabbing the collar of my shirt. Oh, fuck! What exactly have you been saying to him? She spat. He's gotten worse. Suddenly letting go, Prava stumbled back, putting her head in her hands. Oh, God above, she moaned. I can feel it, Aram. He's pulling away from me. No! I came forward slowly, trying to put a hand on her shoulder. Prava, I began. He needs space. Just back off for a little while. Prava shoved me away, slapping my hand aside. He's your friend, she hissed. Your best friend. And you couldn't care less. See, it's crazy because from her perspective, Aram doesn't care, but of course Aram cares. Of course he cares. Like that's his friend. But the thing is, from where he's standing, she cares a little too much. She cares a little too much, so she accused him of not caring. It's all relative. Also, thanks for the lurk. I didn't respond. You're so busy with that precious well of yours, running about in that dark, empty nothingness, paying no mind at all while your friends at home are starving and suffering. Her words transform my uneasiness to fear. Prava. I'm gonna ask again. How do you know so much about the well? Prava was quiet for a moment, seeming to cut her tirade short. She put her head in her hands once more. Oh, she said slowly. I know what this is. It's you. Her voice was almost shaking. You're the one pulling him away from me. You're feeding him all sorts of ideas. Turning him against me. Her head shot up and she stared at me. Her eyes were like I'd never seen them before. I put up my hands disarmingly, afraid of what she might do. Prava, please, I said. You're acting... I swallowed my words and reconsidered. You're acting crazy! What? You're acting like a bitch! Huh? It's not like that, I promise you, it's not. You're acting like a motherfucking cunt! Prava didn't speak for a long while. Go home, she said finally. Go home, Aram. Convince him. Convince Kanari to tell me how he's really feeling. Yeah, that's healthy. Yeah, because that's very healthy. He won't talk to me. I need to know. Oh, God, man. See, this is like, it's just toxic. It's quickly becoming a very, very toxic friend group. Oi. Prava might drop him. Yeah. I'm sure this is all the correct choice. It won't go wrong at all. Totally healthy. I don't know what you mean, Dyer. This is toxic? Oh, you say this isn't? Oh, it isn't? Okay, look, I would double check all the stores, but I figure... I don't think there's any more side missions. Like, there hasn't been any side missions. Like, for the past 3 days. I might have done them all already. Cope? Yeah, I like how you use the sipping emoji. He's drinking that Coke juice. Oh, wait, the bone. We have the bone. That's right, that's right. Oh. It's you again, Aram. Hello, Sita. Do you mind if I, can we still barter? And then she's gonna ask about Prava. Is Prava alright? I've heard the kiln was hit pretty hard by the rationing. They're managing. She's not alright. She's gone crazy. She's crazy. She's losing it. Losing it. She's fine. No, she's not. She is not fine. She is not fine. That woman needs therapy. Okay, so we got a brand new shield, and I really like it. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Like the stagger damage. Honestly, and the knockback. The knockback alone. Therapy is a myth. Shit. That's pretty good. Yeah, 17.7%. 25. Also, the concussion really helps a lot because, like, these motherfuckers where I'm at, they be concussing the fuck out of me. Does this place even have therapy? Nope. No, it does not. It just has their religion. Their religion is like, whoa, 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 blah, 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 blah. It's always a bunch of blah, blah, blah. Therapy is expensive is what it is. True? Yeah, it can be. It can be, it can be, it can be. But, as a man who's gone through therapy, honestly, it was worth it. It was expensive, but I needed it. I really, really needed it. Like, it's worth the investment is what I'm saying. It was worth the investment, but money well spent. Yeah, yeah. It's really, really well spent, but it's like... It's like if you want it to work, you have to do the work, right? You gotta do the work to make it work. I think too many people, they go to therapy and they think, oh, I'm just gonna go and I'm gonna be like, wow, and then like all my problems will be fixed. And it's like, nah, like it's not that easy. It's like you go, you get your homework. You go to get your homework, and then you have to do your homework. Do the homework, do the work. It's all emotional labor. It's emotional labor. Like challenging your ideas, tackling yourself, really like, you know? It's like accepting truths about yourself and then changing for the better. Like hell. Like it can be really uncomfortable. Really, really uncomfortable. But that's why, again, like if you go to therapy thinking like, oh, I'm just gonna go rant, vent, and that's it. My life will be fixed. It's not that easy. It's not that easy. It's work. But Shadow said, I might go back to watching Dad sim, but I kind of want to stay for this. Yeah, man, look, it's up to you, bro. No pressure. No pressure, no pressure. Because I know everyone's crazy about Pragmata right now. You know, Pragmata's the craze. Pragmata. And, yeah, I get it. Yeah, honestly, I get it. It is fascinating to see, like, everyone going crazy for Pragmata because you're taking care of Diana. And it's funny to me because, like, all those same feelings that people are getting for Diana, that's how I felt about, like, my baby sister back when I used to babysit her. When I would babysit her and we would go to Walmart to go get groceries, like, it was the same. Like, I felt that sense of, like, protection. I felt like that sense of, like, all right, you know, I'm her guardian. I'm her older brother. I'm watching over her. I'm taking care of her. So yeah. So it's like now I'm seeing everyone else like feel what I felt. Yeah. Dad sim, bro. Exactly. Is Baby Fever the game for real? I guess. Yeah. Watch. I held out my palm, concentrating. The air shimmered, and the dim indigo light hovered above my hand. After about a minute, there was a soft sound as a small stone knife fell into my hand. Talo looked closely. A knife? He asked. I nodded. I'm down to about a minute for permanence, but I could make a temporary one in a few seconds if I need to. I've been practicing a lot. Talo seemed impressed. Just this week, he asked. I nodded again. I don't know many materials yet, but Talo leaned in, studying the knife. It's not bad. Are you really doing all of this because that message you found? Because of that message you found. How do you know? How do you know it's true? I decided a demonstration would be easiest. Gripping the knife tightly, I turned and slashed a nearby wall. As soon as the blade made contact, there was a soft cracking noise and a cloud of dust kicked up from where I had made contact. As it dissipated, it revealed a deep cut in the stone wall several inches deep. Damn! The stone had been pulverized. Hal's eyes widened. This knife is already about 30 seconds old, so it's lost some of its power, I said, inspecting my work. Against something as old as these walls, though, it does a lot of damage. Its effectiveness seems to taper out pretty rapidly, so if I can land a hit within just a few seconds, it should be devastating. Tala nodded thoughtfully. Have you tried it against them yet? He asked. Ancestors, I mean. I shook my head. That's what tonight is for. To test my theory. think it's gonna work. I think it's gonna work. Diana is so damn cute. Yep. I could be evil and get redeemed, no glasses, but this is a visual novel. Hard choices. Yeah, please, no, please. I want to finish tonight. What is it, 3 p.m.? I got about 4 good hours before I have to leave. Also, I still gotta eat. But first, I gotta pee. I'll be back. Look at this guy. Nope, too late. You try to vanish. You tried vanishing, but nope, too late. I saw it. Look at this guy needing brakes. Smooth. Nope, I saw it. I saw it. Look, even if you vanish, I still see it on my side. Yeah, the vanish only hides it from other chatters, okay? Not from me. Why do you say small like that? Because it looks like small. Small. I know it's shaking my head. Shaking my head, but small. I like small. Yeah, I can afford one. Nah. Let's get strong. I want to see. I do love how the game kind of like starts you all the way like automatically over here. Like you don't have to go through the earlier levels. Insert spoiler here. It's definitely really useful. Strata slums. There was an ancestor blocking my path ahead. He was one of the slower, more sluggish ones. Oh, he's gonna test it out? This is as good as an opportunity as any. I stepped forward carefully and readied my hands. I focused my mind on the stone dagger I've been practicing for days, over and over again, until I could picture it in vivid, unshaken detail. Also, this explains why he's learning to do it himself instead of asking Sachi for like a tool. Because earlier I was wondering why doesn't he get Sachi to help him? Yeah, it's because he wants to be able to make it, while he's down here, and then use it immediately. Got it. This time I'll need to do it quickly. Very quickly. I felt my pulse quicken. Trying not to let my nerves throw off my focus, I finally mustered myself to charge forward. In combat, Aaron can use Archimancy to create temporary weapons and extend his attack combos. What? Yo! Take advantage of the interaction between old and new Archimancy to deliver devastating blows for enemy ancestors. See, this is so cool. Again, you're telling me they're adding even more to the combat? Bro, what? It's impressive. It's so impressive. Okay, to initiate an Archimancy attack, you must first land every hit in an attack combo. If you miss a single hit, you'll have to wait until your next attack to try again. Fun fact, Stratomene's layer, used in geology. I knew that. Fun fact, I knew that. You notice that the purple Archimancy meter will fill as you complete your attack combo. On the final hit of your attack, when the purple meter is full, hold down Z. Instead of releasing it, you'll immediately launch an Archimancy attack. Oh, okay, I get it. So on the last one, hold it. Okay. 1, 2, fuck! Yeah, I didn't realize it was gonna fill up so fast. Okay. 1, fuck! 1. Success. Oh! Okay, once Aram has created the temporary weapon with Archimancy, you'll immediately begin attacking again. Attacking with the temporary weapon works the same as a standard weapon. Press Z at the right. Okay, got it. Once the Archimancy attack is complete or you miss an attack, the temporary weapon will crumble into dust. However, you'll also gain a brief Archimancy ability advantage for several turns following the attack. Wait, these abilities have a variety of beneficial effects. Keep in mind that you must wait until the previous ability advantage is exhausted before you can perform another one. New combat mechanics on the second chapter. Wowee! I wonder what the world looks like from outside. Fuck! Directions. Fuck! Yeah, hey, what's up, Chase? Yo, what's up, bro? I'm in the middle of a tutorial right now, so I'm trying to lock in. There we go. Okay, using an Archimancy attack costs faith. But you regain a small amount by destroying enemies, or all of it by resting at a campsite. You can increase your maximum faith by upgrading your Penitence attribute. What the fuck, Penitence? Hell. Similarly, you can increase the damage dealt with your Archimancy weapons by upgrading your Insight attribute. Okay, now we have two new attributes, Insight and Penitence. Ah, jeez. Lastly, note that Archimancies are equipped Okay, so that's what that is. Are equipped in your loadout menu and associated with either your primary or secondary weapons. You may have up to 2 Archimancies equipped at any time, and the weapon you attack with detects which Archimancy you will use for your Archimancy attack. Okay, so they line up. Oh. Bro, this is so fucking cool, man. I gotta say, I've never seen anything like this. So not only do you have primary, secondary weapon, but you also have the Archimancy attached to, like an Archimancy weapon attached to a primary weapon. So I'm guessing you could probably like mix and match and make all kinds of combinations. Oh hell. So awesome. You're bad at Archimancy because you're atheist. Smart. Yeah, for real. I'm shopping at the mall. What? Congratulations. Oh, what are you guys doing? Playing a video game. What the fuck does it look like, man? What the fuck do you think we're doing, man? It's motherfucking Tuesday. I'm live streaming. It's a game. People change like the rocks at Amazon. I'm back. Welcome back, Mono. Use what you've learned to defeat the enemy. That's my mission. That's why I'm here. I only did it once. Well, my heart was pounding. It worked. It worked even better than I thought it would. For the first time in many weeks, I felt something like a sense of encouragement come over me. For once, I have a single advantage over this horrible place. Progress. It's a little bit, but it's progress. Progress. Obviously, you dumbass. I mean, what are you exactly doing? Bro, what do you exactly want me to say? Exactly. You want to say, oh, I'm sitting down. I'm sitting down in front of my desk. I'm drinking juice from a mason jar in a straw. I got a beanie on. I'm holding in a fart right now. Exactly. Yeah. Like, what kind of game are you interacting with? It's a song of sunlight. Like Shades, bro. I love you, man. I love you. You the homie. But like, what do you want me to do? Like, do you want me to like open up the Wikipedia page right now and be like, so this game? You want me to? Just like you're coming in. It's like you missed the whole fucking season. You're coming in the last episode and you want me to catch you up on the whole entire season right now? Like, It's too much. It's a bit too much. There is no Wikipedia page. Shades is saying maybe. Ask what kind of game this is, dumbass. No, too easy. Fuck you then. Oh, sorry to hear that. What matters is that you're having fun though. It's just that I'm a bit depressed, so my brother wants me to hang out and light up a bit. No, fuck you, boldly. You mean buddy? No. I am no longer bald. Alright, anyways. I'm gonna keep going. I don't have time for this. My mission stands. Alright, we can't level up yet. Hey, that's pretty good. Okay, so right now I only have the stone dagger. Yeah, that's all I got. Yeah, but like Sosa says, so visual novel with exploration and combat, settlement is in flames, so Aram... Oh, it's in famine, not flames, is in famine. So Aram, the MC, is trying to find a better world by exploring the well, a mega structure full of machines called ancestors. That's the basics. You were bald once? Yeah, because my hair was so big. Well, damn, I guess you're bald then, and a bitch. So I had to cut it down. I thought you didn't swear. LOL. Nuh-uh. Alright, yeah, okay. Getting more practice in. Here's another authority. Salvage hydraulic? What the hell? The salvage remains of a hydraulic system that once functioned to operate an ancestor limb. In this context, a hydraulic fluid pushing through the tube is in many ways reminiscent of blood flowing through an artery. Oh, it's an accessory, and destroying enemies restores a small amount of health. It was the fucking lamb from Zootopia with the long-ass fluffy hair thingy going up. Yeah, the little bob. Whatever you say, buddy, but way thicker. Furry, JK. And that's huge. That's funny. I'm trying to imagine it now. Yeah, I'm just gonna... I think I'm just gonna skip these guys. Okay, and that leads back to here. You know what? Let's go, because I need to rest. I need more, what you call it? Wait, where is it? I need more, what do they call it? Faith? I need more faith. So this is a penitence. So penitence is what raises my faith, and then insight is what helps me do more damage. However, yeah, see, it's like, right. It's gonna be expensive. Oops. Insurgent Buckler? Small light wheel shield. Focused not on observing blows, but to parry and deflect them. Often opening your opponent to retaliatory strikes. Pretty cool. Fuck. Damn. Furries are cool. Are you assuming that I'm hating on furries? When would you assume to me? When would you assume to me like that? Are you saying they're bad? Why would you assume to me like that? Yeah, honestly, for real, like I don't get it, man. I don't get it, dude. Like people who default to like making furries seem like a bad thing. I don't get it, bruh. Like that, it's. I feel like maybe in 2003, right? Maybe in 2003, yeah, sure. You know, make fun of the furries because it's like you don't understand. But we're in 2026, bro. We're in 2026. It's like they exist. It is what it is. Like why you gotta? It's stupid. I don't. I do not approve of the furry slander. Not cool, Soul. So disappointed. No, forgive me. I wasn't actually. I was just making a joke. LOL. This one's broken. Yeah, what the hell is this place? There was a small pile of message cards atop a long table. I picked one up that looked functional and quickly slotted into the message reader. Message reader watching the green character slowly fade in. This is my last report on the last of the specimens you provided me. I'll be elated beyond belief when I can wash my hands of this vile work. Simply put, they're dead. Not a single infant lived longer than a few days after introducing the gene, just like the others. They had babies? Is what I've been telling you for months. Nothing about the potency of the embryos. Nothing about the potency of the embryo's existing gene going in improves their viability. It's impossible. We can't supplant our children with stolen genes. I care not what political implications this has. I'd like only to be left out of this senseless killing of so many children. What the fuck? I know, of course, what you have planned for me now. Don't trouble yourself. There's no need to send the Vanguard to my cell. Cell? When you read this, I'll be gone already. The freedom fighters gave me an ultimatum last night. I'm to join the cause or they'll kill me. They intend to storm the upper strata, throwing body after body at the terminal until they break through. I'm to be just another piece of fodder in a losing battle. But I intend to go willingly, you see. Given the choice to die at your hands, no longer useful in the carrying out of such inhumane and depraved acts, or die cut to pieces in the small hope that we might end this oppression. At least the latter might redeem some modicum of what I've done. Farewell. Holy shit! They were testing on babies. Or embryos. Holy hell, trying to give them genes? What, for what? Like trying to... It goes back to like the gene purity, right? They're trying to increase the gene purity. Oh my god. Very humane. Hate, let me tell you how much I have come to hate you since I made this account. There are 12 million miles of printed circuits and fiber optic cables that fill Twitch's complex capacity to stream worldwide. If the world hate was engraved on each nano-angstrom of those hundreds of millions of miles, it would not equal 1/billionth of the hate I feel for every single account at this moment. And this exact moment, stuck where I type between the dead and the alive, for you I hate. Anyways, did I get nano-angstrom right? Yeah, I think I did. No clue, never heard of that. Never heard of that word. Man. Hey, who, Dyer? Nah, not me. Never. I think he's talking to himself. You, Soul? I stepped through the threshold of what appeared to be the remains of a great metal door. It was enormous, nearly twice my height. Stepping through, I examined the layered metal, which had now rusted apart and collapsed. At some point, the door must have been incredibly thick, perhaps several feet thick all the way through. Whatever it was meant to protect, I thought, was meant to be kept absolutely inaccessible. When I saw what was in the center of the room, my heart stopped. It looks like an elevator. Immediately, I ran forward to get a closer look. It was unmistakable. It looked almost exactly like the ones I'd seen in the area above the strata. The Terminal Authority hadn't been lying. There were others. What's more, it seemed to be in significantly better condition than the other. I swung the door to the small room open, looking around eagerly. The interior looked identical to the one I'd seen, but free of rubble and debris. The panel on the wall seemed in better shape as well. I came close and tried to see if there was a way to interact with the elevator somehow. I didn't exactly know what I was looking for, but I'd formed somewhat of an intuition about the strange mechanisms I'd encountered in the world. There was some invisible force that seemed to connect devices together. Bluetooth? Wi-Fi? It allowed one to pull a lever or press in a small indent and open a door or activate some other contraption. Surely this elevator is no different. I fiddled with the panel for some time with no luck. Stepping back outside to take another look, I was reminded of the raised panel just by the elevator door. I stepped close and put my hands on it. Does this look right? The other elevator's panel had a lever of sorts. Oh, it's missing. There's nothing like that here. My heart sank. Did it break off? Shit. Not again. I was beginning to panic when a thought occurred to me. I recalled the stone dagger I practiced so hard to perfect. Maybe I don't need the original lever. I just need something that's the same shape. If I return to the other elevator and study this lever, I might be able to make a copy that works. Quickly, I pulled a scrap of paper and charcoal stick from my bag and made a sketch of the panel. I noted down the rough dimensions of the indent where the lever was supposed to fit for later. The other elevator was quite a ways up from here. I suppose I'll return to the surface and make a sketch of the lever itself on my way back. I'll perform the archimancy tonight and then return tomorrow to try it. Yes, this will work. Progress. Progress. I just bought the Yugi Millennium keychain. You mean like the puzzle? The Millennium Puzzle? I climbed the stairs to the second floor of my home, heart beating out of my chest. I came to the top, eager to get to my room, and saw Kanari. He was sitting, slumped against the wall just outside the doorway to his sleeping room. Warm light danced across the floor from the flickering lanterns hanging on the ceiling. He looked tired. His eyes were unfocused and his head was tilted downwards. He hardly even reacted as I came up. I stood for a moment, expecting him to launch into conversation as he usually did, to tell a story or make fun of someone he dealt with that day. But there was nothing. He's quiet again tonight. I shifted my feet uneasily, thinking about what Prava had said. Her desperate pleas. No. I should follow my own advice. I'll leave him alone. That's what he would want, right? Ah, hell! I turned, trying to put it out of my head and focus on making the lever. Bro! But I'd hardly taken a full step when something stopped me again. It was a heavy feeling in my chest. A feeling that maybe I really wasn't doing enough like she'd said. Maybe I am a bad friend. I slowly turned to face him again. I'm asking because I want to, not because she's forcing me to. Khan, are you doing okay? Seeming pulled from a thought, Kanari blinked and turned his head to look at me. Yeah, I'm fine, he said, rather coldly. Why? Already, I was cursing myself internally. I shouldn't have. Nothing, you just seem... I stumbled over my words. You look down. So, I thought I'd see if you were, Doing all right. Kanari looked at me intently, raising an eyebrow. Oh, he said. The faintest of smile was coming over him. I get it. This is coming from her, right? No! 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 She sent you to talk to me. Shit. I shook my head empathetically. Shit, that adds up, he continued, almost chuckling. I thought you've been acting weird lately. I cut him off. No, Khan, I began, forcing as much conviction into my voice as I could manage. Nobody asked me to talk to you. Lie. I have no idea what you mean. Kanari's faint smile faded. He knows that he's lying. He knows he's lying. Seriously, you gonna lie about it? He asked, seemingly sounding offended. What for? We're friends, right? I know it was her, Aram. It's so obvious. Everything stays between us. Just tell me what she asked you to say. I couldn't keep his gaze, so I looked away, shaking my head once more in denial. Kanari let out a long, slow breath. There's no point lying if he already knows. Whatever, he said, looking straight ahead. Do you know what's awful? I'm not even a little bit surprised she would resort to something like this. She has her hands all over me. I can't do anything without a damn lecture. Kanari rested his head on one hand. Let me tell you something, Aram. You know how I am. I'm lazy and rude. I don't take anything seriously. But it's not because I don't care or it's like below me. Kanari smiled apathetically. It's because I'm just not worth very much. And I know it too. Whenever I think about doing something, I mean, really trying at something, giving it all my effort, you know, I remember that. I remember how little it matters. That out of all the things people do on this island every day that matter, I make pottery. My very best is just an afterthought. It's just an afterthought. It's something you look at once passing by and forget the second it leaves your sight. That's why I won't ever amount to anything more than I am right now. Fuck! They made quite sure of that when they put me in the kiln. You get it, right? I'm beyond fixing. Prava would be a whole lot happier if she just steered clear of me. I've always thought that. So why don't you go tell her? I opened my mouth, and the first thing that came to my mind was an elevator. I pictured hundreds of windows and doors. What the fuck? The sound of metal echoing for miles as ancestors stalked me endlessly in the darkness. I pictured humans that lived long ago. Their struggles and suffering. Now? Why are we doing this now? Piles of bodies just out of my sight. The thought that I might round a corner and find a room full of corpses. Missing bodies. A world without hunger. Fields of grass that stretched out of sight without a coastline. Oh, God. I'm such a fool. There's absolutely nothing I could possibly say that would offer even a hint of comfort to anyone on this island. Sachi was wrong. Prava is wrong. This is between her and Kanari. They'll sort it out. Because I can't. I'll find some other way to keep Prava quiet. I don't have the time to interfere. Because my obligation is the most important of all. What? Yes. Without me, the settlement won't survive. Without me, nothing else matters. What? Okay, save and quit. Look, there's a lot to process, but I'm starting to get hungry. So break time. Yo, what's up, YouTube? Welcome back. A Song of Sunlight. What is this, like part 3, 4, 5? Something like that. Also, bro, I've been so busy lately, like I almost lost my streak. Yeah, luckily you didn't, though. Luckily you managed to stop by and save it. You toxic ass friend. Fine, I won't. I'm gonna kill myself if you leave. That sounds a little codependent. You need some boundaries, hello. You need some boundaries, bro. Yeah, let's go. So we're 22 hours in. Hell. This is a joke, by the way. Yeah, hopefully the VOD watchers understand that that's just a joke. That's just a joke, he didn't really mean it. You ain't no one watching this shit. What VOD watchers? No one watching this shit. Yeah, maybe you're right. A boy can dream. I'd buy. Yeah. Wait, Emily and Brett do actually? What? Huh? What? Holy gay? What? See, okay, look, vindicated. See, we do have VOD watchers. Hi. Shout out to you. You, if you're watching this on YouTube, I love you. I love you. Mwah. Just for the YouTube watchers, okay? Fucking Twitch chatters, fuck them. I hate them. I hate them. But for the YouTube VOD watchers, that's for you. Anyways. Once, she'd taken me to the beach. Yes. We watched the waves together. My mother and I. The girl tried to remember why. Why? She hadn't asked for it. No, it wasn't. Oh yes. She memorized all the names of the bones in the hand. That's what it was. Alright, so we're back in Prava's memories. Her mother had picked her up and spun her around in the air. Oh, I love you, Prava, she'd said. I love you more than anything in the world. It had been her mother's idea. They had walked along the shoreline. The roar of crashing waves filled the air, punctuated softly by the sound of the sand crunching under her feet. Eventually, her mother found a place to sit. She picked the girl up and set her down in her lap. And for that moment, as she held the girl, arm around her chest, watching the sunlight dance across the water toward the horizon, she didn't have a single doubt about why she was born. Why she needed to take medicine as her obligation. None. It was all for that. Are you almost done? Okay, I guess now we're back in the present. Kanari was resting his head on his hand, leaning against the table to the girl's left. Aram and Sachi are waiting for us. The girl shook her head, scratching away at the papers lying on her own. No, she said resolutely. I need to take down the rest of the diagrams. If I don't do it now, I won't memorize them. Kanari nodded slowly. Okay, so it's not in the present, but it's later. Prava, he began. Do you really like it? Medicine. The girl kept writing, eyes down. Do I have to? Kanari went quiet for a moment, thinking about his reply. No, I guess not. He chuckled. Why put so much into it then? You must stay late every day. There was a pause in the girl's writing. Her hand wavered, but she quickly continued. There's someone that She trailed off. It means a lot to her. I want to make her happy. Kanari nodded, staring off into space. After a moment, the girl spoke again. Don't you have a reason like that? If they say you're unfit, and you have to break your obligation, Wouldn't you be? The girl realized she had been drawing the same line again and again. Upset? Kanari smiled. Well, yeah. Of course. But I'd be upset because I'd really like to become a wound bearer. Maybe it doesn't seem that way. But I really do like it. It's the one thing I'm good at. I like the idea of keeping people safe. The girl stopped writing. This is the first time we're hearing this, so he actually wanted to be a wound bearer. Shit. Okay, also TK saying, also I'm literally getting things together early when I play Rivals with you and when I play again with my internet crush. Yeah, cool. Cool. I mean, we got hella time. Like, you're preparing now? Bro, we got months. Months and months. Yeah, but that's good, yeah. Hey, man, kudos. Getting ready. Yeah, kudos to getting ready. The girl stopped writing. She looked down at the page before her. Studying the many symbols in... Oh, I don't know why I said man. Studying the many symbols and diagrams. It's your mom, right? The girl was embarrassed at how easily he'd guessed. You know, Prav, I don't think you should push yourself to do something only because you owe it to somebody else. Your mom. She loves you. She would love you even if you weren't cut out to be a nurse. Even if they deemed you unfit. Yes, the girl thought. Yes, that must be true. Even if I can't become a nurse, even if I don't want to, she would. Or she would. Later that day, as she had every day as of late, the girl made a list. A list of all the mistakes she'd made. Simply tracking wasted time wasn't enough anymore. The girl knew she had to pay. For each and every one. See, this is the self-harm. See, because now I'm starting to realize. She cut off her own fingers. Right? I feel like that's the only explanation. Like, she was doing medicine. She wasn't allowed to quit. She wasn't allowed to switch. So she cut off her fingers so that she would be undeemed. Or so that she would be deemed unfit to do medicine. And then she joined Kanari at the kiln. That's my theory, at least. Then TK saying, I mean, yeah, we got time, but like, dude, I gotta get a hang of some of these characters to kind of teach her, tell you about them. Yeah, that's fair, I guess. Fair, valid. You know, doing research preparation. Damn, that's dark. That's this game. That's why I love this game. The writing is so good. It's got such really, really good writing. Okay, the girl knew she had to pay for each and every one of them. For each mistake. She took out a stone, one she'd found lying in the courtyard. The edge was sharp like a knife. It had been perfect. She gripped the stone tight and made small cuts along her upper arm. If it didn't draw blood, she did it in the same place twice, 3 times. As many as it took. She'd broken a needle stitching, and so she made a cut. She'd been last to answer a question regarding the throat and lungs. She'd known the answer. She knew it. For that, she made 2 cuts. She'd been distracted and forgotten to take down the circulatory diagrams from the day's lecture. So she stayed late. She stayed late to do it, yet wasted away the afternoon with him instead. For that, she thought, she deserved 3. So she lifted the stone again, shaking, and held it just above her skin. But something made her hesitate. Just for a moment, she couldn't bring it to her arm. Yes, whenever she thought of him, she hesitated. Sometime after she'd finished, she stood and leaned against the storage room wall, shaking. She fought simply to stay upright and keep from crying. What would he say? What would he think about her if he knew? Oh, Kanari. In those moments, she imagined another life. She imagined, somehow, becoming a wound bearer instead, so that she could follow him and be by his side. Yes, maybe. If he was around all the time, maybe then she could put down the stone. That's why. That's why she clings to him, because like she feels comfortable, like she doesn't have to hurt herself all the time. Oh man. Put it down and never pick it back up. Ah, dude. I jolted awake, choking. I clutched at my throat, feeling as though I couldn't breathe. Okay, so now we're in Prava, present day. Gasping, I sat up, trying not to panic. I focused on taking long, deep breaths. Slowly, my trembling torso sank forward until I was resting my head between my knees, waiting for it to pass. So then, today will be a hard day. I don't need your help with anything like that. It had been the look in his eyes. So stop asking about it. That look of disgust, of disdain. It was that look that terrified me. He's pulling away. He doesn't want to be around me. No, Prava. I felt my heart race. The feeling of choking returned. If I'm not careful, it will all come back. I'll remember it. That day. Every agonizing second. Prava, honey, you look sick. Are you feeling okay? I looked up and Sachi was there. Sachi, my queen! She was sitting by the edge of my sleeping mat. She had one hand tucked under her knees, and the other pressed against my forehead. Her voice was soft and tender, like it so often was. I couldn't bear looking her in the eyes. Yes, I said quietly. I'm fine. No, you're not. Stop lying. I'm sorry if I made you worry, Sachi. Sachi shifted her weight and frowned, moving her hand under my chin. Prava, she said, delicately. If there's ever something that's weighing on you, I'll always be here to listen. Just say the word. I'll drop everything I'm doing just to sit by your side and listen. The appointment is tomorrow. God damn it. Good luck, Nakomi. Good luck on your eye test. I hope you pass. I hope you pass your eye exam. And if it's something you need my help with, I'll do anything I can do. I tried to focus on what she was saying, but it was like listening to someone speak underwater. Do you know that? That was a question. I nodded, slowly. Sachi ran her hand through my hair gently before resting it on my shoulder. She lingered for a moment and then stood, dusting off the hem of her dress. I'm sorry. I need to go, Prava. I'll see you tonight, okay? Sachi watched me for a moment before turning and walking towards the stairs. But after a few steps, she stopped and turned to face me once more. Prava, I know it might be something you don't want to talk about, and I respect that. But I worry about you sometimes. I worry that you're carrying around something really heavy. It's so heavy that it's crushing you. It's crushing you and making you hurt. I care about you, Prava. You're like my sister. Just think about what I'm saying, okay? You aren't responsible for shouldering all of it by yourself. She waved and was gone. Man, Sachi's a real one for real. She a real one. Good news is that my sister-in-law is going to take me to Barnes & Noble. Hell yeah. Imagine failing an eye exam. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, you got to get some books. Gonna get some books. You know, I used to love going to Barnes & Noble and getting, like, puzzles. Because they had like puzzles and toys section. That was always my favorite. And I guess the comic book section is pretty cool too, yeah. And then in the back they got the music, like the music section. That shit was always dope. And then usually if it's one with the Starbucks, you know, you can get a snack, a Frappuccino. Pretty lit. After some time, I looked down at my hand. Not the good one. The other. I looked at the hideous stumps where my fingers once had been. See, look, this is what I'm saying. I feel like she did this to herself. The horrible mess it now was. I'm not responsible. I almost felt like laughing. She couldn't possibly understand that nothing I could ever do for him would be enough. Nothing I could ever do would make up for it. For what I did to him. Wait, does she feel responsible for his leg? She broke his leg? The sky had been so beautiful that day. That day it happened. The girl had watched the clouds slowly go by overhead and looked out at the settlement stretched before her, bathed in golden light. From the roof of the Lyceum Hall, the small group could see everything. It had been Kanari's idea, of course. She didn't want to be there. They were on the roof. It wasn't allowed. She told Kanari over and over. But he just laughed. As he taken her hand and pulled her up off the makeshift ladder, thrown so casually against the balcony below. A ladder they'd all helped to make. He'd been smiling, almost giddy. The girl looked to the others. Aram and Sachi sitting against the chimney. She saw just how much they too seemed to be enjoying the small act of disobedience. What could she have possibly said? What choice did she have? No, stop. Not now. Not today. He hadn't spoken to me yet that day. We stood close in line. Wait, so she just stopped herself from thinking about it? We stood close in line, waiting for the day's ration. I wasn't hungry. I hadn't eaten the last 2 meals anyway. Or 3. See, because even before the famine, she was used to starving herself as punishment. That and I tried to remember the last time I'd bathed. What? How many hours I slept in the past week? Bro, she's depressed. Not eating, not sleeping, not bathing. That's classic signs of depression. What does it matter? If he's unhappy, if he's suffering, I should be too. Kanari looked around idly. And for a moment, he cast his gaze back at me. We met eyes for a brief moment, and I smiled. Kanari's face twisted for a moment, but he managed the faintest of smiles in return. Quickly, he dropped his eyes and looked elsewhere. Bro, like, how did things get so fucked? No! It's so fucking heartbreaking, bro. I'd known it for a long time. How I'd been kidding myself thinking that somehow, in some way, he was happy here at the kiln. No. Anyone could tell that he isn't. This is the life that I gave him. I left him with absolutely nothing else. That's why. I have to be there for him. I have to care for him. I owe him much more than I could ever give. I try to keep my thoughts occupied with just that. But whenever I let them stray, I thought about the rooftop, the color the sky had been, and it made me feel sick. It took all that I had not to bend at the waist and lose what little was in my stomach. Thinking about that naive, stupid girl. Is it back to the flashback? It was the way she'd simply gone along with it. When Kanari had climbed a windowsill, using it as a step to reach the next rooftop. He wanted her to follow. He wanted to get even higher up. Prabha, he called, standing by the edge with his hands on his hip. Come on, You should see the view from up here. He'd ask her in particular. He'd ask her in particular. That's all it was. For that little gesture, the girl shoved her fears aside and followed, reaching for the windowsill. All the while, Aram and Sachi laughed somewhere to her side, engaged in their own conversation. Heights had always made the girl nervous, but Kanari saying her name was all it took. All it took to go against her better judgment, just for the opportunity to be close to him. Oh my God, so fucking tragic, so fucking tragically romantic. Oh God above, I wanted to scream at myself, to tell her to stop recalling that day under the sky. I bit down hard on my tongue, trying anything I could think to focus on something else. The pain made my hands shake. I blinked and saw that I was painting right over work I'd done the previous day. I realized I didn't recall how long I'd been painting, or what it was I was supposed to be painting. What was I? My heartbeat was constant. My heartbeat was a constant throbbing rhythm in my ears, and it blocked everything else out. There was no sound, just my own thoughts. Other apprentices and journeymen would pass by, and I would see them out of the corner of my eye. They drew near, and my pulse accelerated. I was terrified. What do they want? They've come to hurt him. I looked over at Kanari next to me, sitting and painting quietly. I won't let anyone hurt him. I'd do anything. Anything. Because if I lost him, I don't know what I would do with it. I don't know what I would do with myself. I felt sick again. Does he hate me? What if he hates me? What if he doesn't want me around? Something caught my eye and pulled me from my thoughts. To my left, Kanari winced, retracting his hand from the vase as if in pain. Without even a moment's hesitation, I spoke. It was like a reflex. If I ever saw that Kanari was troubled, I had to do something immediately. I had to. Khan? Does your hand hurt? Do you need to take a break? I'll cover for you if... I knew I'd made a mistake before I'd even finished speaking. I saw Kanari's face twist in frustration, his eyes cold and distant. He put his hand in his lap. No, Prabha, he spat. Why don't you stop looking at me and pay attention to your half? I saw you paint over the trim. You'll ruin it. Bro! It's so fucking sad. How did things get so bad? Like, what? Where Kanari was standing hadn't been high enough, evidently. He wanted to take her higher and higher, to the very top of the building, where the view was like nothing else on the island. The girl followed, taking his hand again and again, spurred on by his laugh, his smile. It hadn't occurred to the girl just how high up they'd climb. But at last, the base of the bell tower came into sight. It's because of that day. Kanari and I, neither of us are fully alive. We're missing something, each. We're both incomplete. The crowd of hungry, weary apprentices filed around us as we stood in the street. I faced them, hands clasped at my waist, trying to think of something I could say. But the din of voices, filling the late evening air with conversation, the fact that against such a wall of noise, still there was silence between us. It spoke every word. So instead, I lifted a hand and waved, smiling with everything I could. Kanari's eyes darted around, as if searching for somewhere to look that wasn't my face. At last he settled on staring at my feet. And that was all. He turned and walked off, disappearing into the crowd. And just before he was gone from sight, he waved over his shoulder. As I stood watching him leave, I knew then that I was that girl on the roof all over again. That girl who climbed ahead of Canary, standing proudly on the ledge just above him. She'd been so excited. Her nerves had disappeared. Yes, the roles had been reversed. And now it was her turn for once to extend a hand to him. Yar, have you ever been in a room full of sad people for someone you don't have much of a connection to, and you somehow felt sad out of nowhere with them? You mean like a funeral? I mean, I guess, yeah. Sorta, kinda, yeah. And so he took it, taking 1 foot off the windowsill below. The girl leaned in, his weight heavier than anticipated. To balance herself, she'd taken a step backward onto a loose brick. And that was all it took. A stumble, a loss of footing. For just an instant, that was all it took for the girl to release her grip. Yes, the sky was so beautiful. So beautiful. The day she looked to her hand, now empty. And then over the edge, watching plummet through the air the boy who had just been holding it. Fuck. Hell. Ay. You finished it then? Tala looked at me inquisitively. I nodded, reaching under my menage, producing a long stone device. Oh yeah, the lever. Alright, so now we're back to being Aram, but hell, fuck. Okay, so that's how that happened. So that's why she feels so guilty. Aye. And that's why she cut her fingers off. Aye. But you're saying no, like the hospital, because that was me a few days ago, and I went to see that aunt I haven't seen in a minute. Ah. Gotcha. I held out the finished lever for Tala to see. I finished most of it the day before yesterday, I said. It's made from stone, but that's the best I can really do at the moment. I think the original was made from the same metal as the other, but the shape is pretty close, I think. I'm hoping the material doesn't matter. Tala nodded approvingly. Listen, I said, sliding closer. This is the closest I've ever been to something real. If this elevator works, I might finally discover where the people went. The better world. All of it, Tala. I stood, my heart pounding. Tonight, everything could change. Tala spoke up. Aram, don't you... Aram. Tala. Startled by the sudden shout, I whipped my head around and was shocked. No, it's... Startled by the sudden shout, I whipped my head around and was shocked to see one of the other 2 sentries on duty standing in the doorway. His chest was rising and falling rapidly as if he had been running, and his expression was grim. I couldn't believe it. Neither of the other 2 sentries had ever come this close, let alone stepped inside. His eyes darted about rapidly, this clearly being his first time seeing what lay beyond the door. He seemed terrified by the sight of it all, but quickly composed himself and continued speaking in a tense, urgent manner. You two, come right away. We've all been ordered to abandon our post, everyone. What the fuck? All the wound bearers are supposed to come and help. Tala and I exchanged worried glances. What's going on? What is it? Tala asked. The sentry looked over his shoulder nervously. It's the kiln. It's on fire? What the hell? Dude, I'm telling you, the escalation, like things escalate There was shouting, screaming, and the sound of footsteps rushing about. I smelled the smoke as we ran through the streets, chests heaving. And rounding a corner, I saw the flames. This game would be a dyslexic's worst nightmare. Yeah. For real, though. I mean, it's visual novel. Any visual novel would be. Like, it's a lot of reading. The kiln was engulfed in a roaring blaze like none I'd ever seen. It illuminated the dark street like 1,000 lamps, and I felt heat on my face as if I were sitting next to a hearth. All around, wound bearers ran to and fro with bosses of water, attempting to extinguish it. Several of the oldest wound bearers ran in and out to salvage what they possibly could, tossing items haphazardly onto the street. Paolo and I stood frozen, watching the display in horror. Oh God. Dread came over me and I began desperately searching for anyone I recognized. Where's Canary? Where's Prava? I spotted my father shouting orders to a group of wound bearers nearby. Tala gave me a severe look and ran off to help without a single word. Shaking myself off, I began to follow, realizing putting it out came before anything else. I took a step and then stopped, dead in my tracks. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a figure kneeling alone in the middle of the street, staring at a blaze with wide, terrified eyes. Or staring at the blaze with wide, terrified eyes. One hand hung limp at his side and the other clutched a cane tightly. Canary. Spinning on my heels, I ran to him. Coming close, Canary slowly turned to look at me. His face was twisted and pale. Before I could say anything, he began muttering. It was just a joke. Bro, it was supposed to be a prank. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it for... Between his hoarse whispering and stammering, I could barely make sense of what he was saying. Just then, there was a swell of voices nearby. Bro, they're gonna kill him. They're gonna fucking murder him. It sounded like shouting and arguing. I swung my head around and saw a group of people rapidly approaching Canary and They were kiln workers, spearheaded by an older man with a furious expression. The kiln master. They stopped short, and I found myself standing between the group and Canary. That's him, master. The crippled one shouted, pointing an accusatory finger. I'm telling you, I saw him. The kiln master looked at Canary behind me with scorn. Another chimed in, pushing forward angrily. I saw him too. That bastard snuck back in after hours. He must have done something. A third voice, more vicious than the last, cut through the commotion. There's no doubt, master. I looked and saw that it was the very same apprentice who'd struck Canary weeks ago. He pointed at Canary furiously. It was the cripple. You already know, master. He's done nothing but cause problems for us year after year. Oh, fuck. It's little wonder this was his fault too. There's no way. It couldn't have been. I need to protect him, vouch for him. This isn't something he would ever do as a joke. I opened my mouth, ready to deny it, but before I could, Canary spoke up. His voice sounded so frail, barely more than a whisper. It was supposed to be funny. Supposed to be harmless. He gestured at the apprentice weakly. I took your apron and a few other things. I hid them. I guess He swallowed hard. I put something near one of the pottery ovens that wasn't cool yet. And they went up. Immediately the shouting began. The apprentices hurled insults. Vile, vile insults. What were you thinking? You fucking idiot. You've ruined everything. Do you know how much damage you've caused? You're a waste of meals. From the kiln master came the worst of it. Why am I not surprised? You've been nothing but a drain on the settlement for your entire meaningless apprenticeship. Your life is not worth the same as the rest of us, boy. The children of sunlight have no need for a worthless thing such as yourself. And all the while, as the flames roared and scathing, biting voices echoed throughout the streets, Canary sat, hung head low, and took it. He just sat, perfectly still. Eventually, the Kilnmaster looked at me with a wild and furious expression. You there, wound bearer. Take the cripple into custody. We have every reason to believe this fool maliciously started the fire. Me? Even having heard the confession from his lips, I still couldn't believe it. How can they? With so little evidence. I felt for the weapon on my side, my hands trembling. No, they can't. What will I do? My gut was telling me only one thing. Fight. Fight anything that stands in my way and win. I tightened my hand around the hilt of my blade. But then, there was a voice screaming. Qunari! It's gonna be Prava, isn't it? It was a woman's voice. In a blur of motion, Prava came running from the crowd, leaping in between the group and Qunari, pushing me out of the way forcefully. Immediately, she looked to the Kilnmaster. Please, she pleaded. Please reconsider. Her voice was shaking, raw and hoarse. But please. It wasn't his fault. It couldn't have been. It couldn't have. Suddenly there came another voice from behind, no more than a whisper. Prava, please, stop. I'm begging you, not now. Don't get involved. It was Qunari. Prava didn't hear. He would never do something like this, she cried, almost on the verge of tears. You have to understand. Please. Qunari spoke again, louder this time. Prava, stop. Now. Still, Prava continued. Her desperate, hysterical cries pierced the night air as Prava wailed. All the while, Qunari's voice grew louder. Over and over again. Stop. Please. Building in intensity. It grew like a smoldering coal, cast upon a bed of dry grass. Prava. Hinged with anger. His voice swelled like the very flames smothering the kiln. Smothering. And still, as his pleading voice went unheard by Prava, begging and crying for forgiveness, at last something broke. Qunari forced himself to his feet, striking his cane violently against the cinder brick pavement. The sound reverberated throughout the street, and Qunari screamed, Will you fucking stop this already? Immediately, Prava fell silent. She turned slowly, eyes wide to look at Qunari. His chest heaved. He wiped his mouth. Why can't you understand? Why can't you see? You don't owe me anything. No debt. Nothing at all. Why can't you see that I don't want you around? I don't need you to carry my things, to hold my arm while we walk, to fight my battles. Don't you know how much I hate being around you? Why is he saying what? I can't stand to look at you, knowing how much life you've thrown away, tending to me. How much life you've squandered. It's miserable, and I can't bear to watch it continue for another goddamn day. At last, Qunari was out of breath. The strain on his voice, now hoarse from shouting, forced him into a coughing fit. The silence that followed was deafening. At first, Prava stood motionless, completely still. But then her hands were shaking. Her short breaths became choked. And at last, she let out a small, quiet whimper. But, she squeaked out, I have your notebook. You gave it to me. Aram. I looked up and saw that my father was standing just beside me. It seemed he had been watching now for some time. He was covered in soot and ash. His face was grim, and he spoke a simple order. Perform your obligation. You know that it must be done. For the space of a long breath, I simply froze, staring at him. At Prava, tears striking her cheeks, tears streaking her cheeks, and at Qunari, head hung low. But at last, on steady feet, I approached Qunari and put a hand on his shoulder. Slowly, I turned him from the group and began to lead him away into the night. Hinari didn't say a word. He didn't struggle. He simply went along with me quietly. As I led him in the direction of the temple, where he was to be held and tried for his crime. Fuck! Yeah, but what's up, Mono? It took 2 long hours, but at last, the Great Kiln Fire was finally snuffed out. The fire was prevented from spreading to other buildings, yes, but the kiln could not be saved. As the heat expanded and cracked the brick foundations, melting away the ancient mortar holding them together, the building had finally collapsed into a pile of rubble and smoke. As for the many things left inside, tools, pottery wheels, paints, and many personal effects, all of those things and the unspoken words that had for years hung in the air around them, mixing with clay dust, all of those things were burned to ash. She'd been sitting as the sun went down, sitting and listening, kept outside in the hallway. They didn't know what to do with the girl. They would deal with her in time. So they left her to watch and listen. The boy, as he survived, adults with nervous expressions ran to and fro about the hall, carrying boxes of steaming water, bandages, antiseptics. All of these things she recognized. Yes. Yes, they say he's breathing, but his body. As nurses hurried past her, carrying bundles of cloth in their arms, and they saw the pale girl sitting anxiously in the hall, their faces twisted with scorn, disgust. His leg, the bone was shattered, they say. It won't heal ever. Voices swirled all around. To the girl, they were deafening. She had tried covering her ears, but she could only block them out for so long. Do you mean you'll never walk again? No. Not without assistance. So the girl forced herself to listen. She needed to hear it. At last, darkness overtook the hospice. The girl slept there, in the hallway, on the stone of the floor. Of course, she slept little. For hours she lay awake, and many things she'd overheard playing on repeat in her mind. It's ruined, she thought. I've ruined it all. Everything I had. She could hear her own voice mixing with the others. It whispered in her ear, reminding her of the many sharpened stones that lay in wait for her. Hidden in her special place. They were there, ready for her to atone. But for a sin like this, how could they possibly be enough? Fuck. I'm struggling to find out when is a good moment to address Doreen, why I haven't really said anything about her liking me and the fact I'm open to the idea of dating if she wants. Waiting for a good moment, huh? Waiting for a good moment? Bro, that's the funny thing about it, man. You don't wait for the moment, you make the moment. You gotta make the moment. You make it. You don't wait for it, you make the moment. Especially if you already know she likes you, man. Like, there's nothing to wait for. I get that you're scared, but like, again, being honest about that fear is the best thing you can do, communicating that. But there is no good moment. There is no perfect moment. You just gotta do it. I mean, if you care about her, if you actually care, you just gotta do it. What was the boy's obligation? She recalled one conversation that had stuck with her more than the others. Wound bearing. Yes, I know. No more. Not with a leg like that. He'll be forced to break his obligation. It had been the thought that forced her to her feet. With so much of the staff focused on Kanari, it had been difficult to find anyone who might know. But at last, she stopped the surgeon in the hallway, pulling on his menage. He gave her a sidelong glance, scowling. What is it, girl? She needed to know. Desperately. Please, she begged. Which obligation? Where are they putting him? Irritated, he gripped her wrist tightly and pulled her arm off. Let go of me. I have very little time. He's in terrible shape, don't you know? You did this after all. Fuck! The girl was speechless, lowering her head. The surgeon let out a sharp breath, turning and continuing to walk. But she managed to call out once more. Please! I need to know. The surgeon shook his head and spoke without turning to look back at her. Yes, I'm considering pottery. He won't need his legs for that. She found the knife right where she left it. She kept it hidden well alongside her sharpened stones and shards of brick. They were all together in one of the many seldom used storage rooms, the place she went to punish herself when no one was looking. She'd run from the hospice and gone straight there, unsure where else she might go. Yet, somehow, she couldn't bring herself to do it. It wasn't enough. So she found herself pacing in an empty classroom, knife in hand. The sun hadn't yet risen and the room was blanketed in shadow. When she closed her eyes and thought only of him, she saw him falling. He's crippled. Forever. His obligation. He'll be forced to break it. To do something else. When she thought about what she'd done, she couldn't breathe. The guilt was overwhelming. The girl had been keeping herself distracted, but now that she was all alone again, it was suffocating her. I need to do something, she thought. I have to pay. To suffer. The girl held her hands out in front of her, dimly illuminated by a moonbeam from the window. They were so pale. She stared at them, thinking only of how they'd let him fall. These hands, that have so diligently learned to stitch wounds and set bones, they're the tools that I use to perform my obligation. Just like his legs were. The girl held the knife to the fingers of her dominant hand. And as she stared down her outstretched arms, a thought stalked across her mind. A thought that made her heart pound. What would happen if they were ruined? If my hands were mangled or broken so badly that I could never stitch right again? Then, would I be forced to change my obligation? Just like him? Oh. Also, yeah, Mono, sounds good. Yeah, bro. Look, whatever you decide, I support you, man. Alright, you got the right idea. Again, trust your instincts. I trust your instincts, man. I think that sounds good. The rain came down. It pelted the many roofs of the darkened homes lining the street. Water ran in streams along the curb, ending in puddles that filled the gaps in the brick. That two-story home facing the street, the one with the chip in the doorframe. The girl stood before it in the rain. For the first time since leaving for general education, the girl stood before it. She'd been sent back, sent away. They'd been horrified seeing what she'd done, so they gave her up, perhaps out of pity, and sent her to the only place she had left. The girl felt her cheek, the punishment for harming one's own body. The precious gift from God which each of us had only one. Wait, they smacked her? Did they smack her? It was severe. She stepped through the doorway, her heart pounding. When was the last time they'd spoken? It's her mom! Or, Kanari's words echoed through her mind. Your mom. She loves you, right? She would love you even if you weren't cut out to be a nurse. Even if they deemed you unfit. Yes. The warm memories of her mother flooded back, holding her tight, spinning her around, laughing. She'll understand. She'll understand because she loves me. Her mother sat at a table across the dark room. Something tells me she's not gonna understand. Her hands were folded neatly in her lap. The girl stood at the threshold of the door, unable to see her face. Water dripped from her hair to the floor, and she smiled. Mommy, it's me. I'm back. After a long moment, her mother spoke. Why? Why would you come here? Her voice was distant, cold. How could you even consider coming back here? The girl's words caught in her throat. What? She squeaked. Her mother slammed her hand against the wooden table. The sound made the girl jump. Shit, it made me jump. Oh, I know everything. What you've done to yourself. Her tone grew in volume. The girl stood speechless. I only ever wanted one thing from you. Just one. You couldn't even do that? Her mother aggressively came to her feet, loudly knocking several bowls from the table. They shattered. You fucking worthless girl. Now she was screaming. The girl took a step back, shaking. Mommy, what are you? She said, on the verge of tears. I gave you everything, her mom spat. Everything. But please, the girl shouted, sobbing through her words. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Tears streamed down her bruised cheeks. Outside, the wind howled. And all the while, her mother screamed, ignoring her pleading. Obscenities. Threats. I love you, the girl cried. Please let me stay. Mommy, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But her words were washed away with the rain. Get out, her mother screamed. Get out! Get out now! And then there was a rush of air. So it was that the girl's final memory of her mother in her childhood home was being struck with a leather-bound book aimed at her head. Fuck! Okanari. He lay perfectly still in the hospice bed, eyes closed. The girl stood over him, watching him sleep. That boy, lying broken in bed. The girl knew, standing there. He was all she had left. All she had in the entire world. For him, she would do anything. She had to repay the debt she owed him. To atone for her sins. If it was for Kanari, yes, she would follow him to the end of the world. Fuck! Bro, I can't even process. Like, the game is like, oh, do you want to process what's going on, or do you want to get fucked some more? uh, Canary was held at the temple overnight, and through the following day, a select few apprentice potters were brought to give their testimony, but neither Prava nor myself were permitted to see him. Of course, he wasn't held for long. Not only had he confessed to the kiln master that night, but again before the Eshin at the temple. I was told he confessed almost immediately and said nothing in his own defense. In the end, Canary was found solely responsible for the fire and punished. His actions had cost the settlement dearly, but ultimately, it had been an accident. Therefore, Canary was beaten. Beaten and then sent home. So, if it wasn't, they would have killed him? For the 2 days that he had been held, my stomach was in knots. I felt sick thinking about what I had done. What I'd been forced to do. I mean, you didn't beat him yourself. I mean, like, I don't get why Aramis beating himself up now. Because if it wasn't him, it would have been some other wound bearer. And for sure, the other wound bearer wouldn't have been nice about it. So I don't know why he's like starting to like, what is this fucking self-pity? I felt sick thinking about what I had done, what I'd been forced to do. But I'd been naive, thinking things would be better when he finally came home. No. The misery of those 2 days was nothing compared to what followed. The familiar shouting woke me. Khan, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Her desperate voice came from the street where she stood. She's in the street yelling. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Every morning it was the same. She came and stood outside our home, calling for him, apologizing over and over. No! No! Begging him to talk. Won't you come down? Oh, please, Khan. Can you come down and talk to me? There was never a reply. No, dude, no! Watching her stand there. It was painful. I stepped into the hallway between our rooms, looking for Canary. He was sitting back against the wall under a window, listening. Simply listening and keeping himself out of sight. His bruised face was strained, eyes cast aimlessly forward. But there was simply no talking to Canary. None. At even the mention of her name, he would go quiet. And that was the end of the conversation. Many journeyman wound bearers had been diverted to help clear the debris left by the kiln. I was among them, taken off my shift overseeing ration lines to assist with the cleanup instead. Each morning as I left for my duties, I would pass her by. And she's waiting outside? Often she was sitting on the curb or leaning up against our doorway, eyes glazed over. She never acknowledged me. For my sake, there was that at least. For those first few days, she was so focused on Canary. It seems she had entirely forgotten about our arrangement. Somehow, I'd managed to come out from under her grasp. This is so weird that he's thinking about it that way. I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong, but like, really, bro, like, you're thinking about this now. It's like, oh, gee, hey, now she has no control over me. Bruh. At first, she came only in the mornings. And when it was clear Canary wouldn't see her, she left. But as the days went on with no answer, not a single word, she spent longer and longer just waiting for him to come outside. Hours. It became clear she was skipping out on any responsibilities she had at the new makeshift kiln. Canary often stayed home as well, if just to avoid her. It hadn't gone unnoticed. On the island, the punishment for refusing to work was forfeiting your right to meals, even as meager as they were now. How long had it been since she'd eaten? As I watched her from the window, I noticed just how frail she'd become. There's more? Come on. Ah, I can't. I stopped, letting Sachi walk ahead of me to where Prava was sitting on the sidewalk. She stopped short, and I watched Sachi kneel and put her hand on Prava's cheek. I saw Sachi's lips move, speaking to her. It was unclear if Prava said anything at all in response. They stayed that way for a long while. But eventually, Sachi stood and turned to look at me. She shook her head sadly. I just want her to come home and sleep. She hasn't been sleeping, Aram. Sachi leaned against the temple stairway. She seemed exhausted herself, the lines of her face creased with worry. It's so cruel. Sachi tapped her fist against the wall behind herself. He really won't talk to you about it. Not at all? I hesitated, but shook my head. No, I said, slowly. I thought of my stilted attempts to broach the topic with Kanari. Got above. If only I had an ounce of her sensitivity. If I could deal with others. Sachi looked at me for a long moment, and then dropped her eyes. I'm sure you've done all you can, she said quietly. Debatable. She needs help. We need to tell your parents, Aram. The High Priestess, she'll find a way to get her to help. To get her the help she needs. She's not well. Sachi put her head on her hands. I've done all that I can. Question mark. Yes. No! Yes, I've... Liar. He's lying to himself. No. It was evening. Okay, I gotta pause, because what the hell, man? See, the thing is, this chapter is all, or this part of the chapter is all about guilt, shame, and regret. And those are three demons that I know all too well. I know those demons all too well. I mean, I've said it before in the past, but like my relationship with alcohol, at first it was fine. It was fine. It was healthy. But then it quickly became like my form of self-punishment. You know, the hangovers, the withdrawal, even getting so drunk that I made some stupid fucking mistake. It's almost as if I would get drunk on purpose and I would force myself to do those stupid things so that I would, as like a form of self-sabotage, like as a way of stabbing myself in the back. And then, and like every time I would take things too far, I would say, yeah, that's what you fucking get. That's what you fucking get. You deserve this. You deserve to suffer. You deserve to be sad. So I really feel, I feel for both Prava and for Kanari, because Prava feels bad for hurting his leg, but Kanari is kind of like, yeah, I hurt my leg, but then you cut off your fingers, and you did that because you felt so guilty about my leg, but now you ruined your life as well, so now Kanari blames himself for ruining Prava's life, right? It's so fucked up. And then after the accident, Prava tried going back home, but then her mom was like, no, fuck you. Fuck you. You ruined your future. You ruined your life. I don't want you. Get out. You're worthless to me. Like, imagine that. Like, you already have a, like, probably she already had, like, a shaky sense of, like, self-esteem and self-worth. And then her mom tells her that. Her mom tells her, like, no, like, I'm through with you. You're useless to me. You're nothing. And that makes her, like, attach herself even more to Kanari. But that becomes an issue in and of itself, because, like, Kanari sees Prabha as, like, a reminder of that life that he's missing out on. And again, and also as a reminder of, like, I guess of his own guilt, because now he feels responsible for ending her career as a nurse. Now fast forward to now with the fire. Fast forward now to the fire, because Prabha was trying to tell him. She was trying to warn him, like, take it easy with the jokes, take it easy with the pranks. Like, people here don't like you, and I want you to be happy. I want you to have a happy, stable life with friends. But Kanari was so stubborn, just like, no. Like, it's like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck anyway. I don't want to be here. My life is already a fucking waste. He does the pranks anyway, sets the whole place on fire. And then Prabha is like, I don't get why Prabha is still apologizing. For what? For trying to help? For trying to help someone who didn't want her help. It's just so twisted. It's so fucking twisted. What happened? I was taking a shower a lot. Okay, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's just guilt, shame, regret. But now Kanari is holed up in his room. He won't come out because he's avoiding Prabha, and Prabha is outside starving herself. She's starving herself because she so desperately wants to make things right. She has that regret, guilt and shame. And that's something I know all too well. You know, she's like a dog, like a stray dog in the streets, just like desperately trying to get back home. Because Kanari is her home. Prabha has no one else. Fuck. Like, how do things get so fucked, man? It was evening. I was coming home from my daytime duties to get some rest. Stepping through my doorway, I felt a hand grasp my ankle and I faltered. I looked down at my feet and saw her. I've felt like that before, right? Like, that shit is... It's heavy. It's heavy. Prabha had tried to grab my leg and pulled me back. Aram, she moaned. I froze. This was the first time she'd acknowledged me in days. Prabha? The sight of her, lying on the sidewalk. Up close, it was almost too much to bear. Her clothes and face were filthy, covered in dust. Her hair was in tangles all around her head, and her skin was pale. Quietly, tears rolled down her cheeks as she stared at me. Please, won't you ask him? She coughed violently. Ask him to talk to me. I thought of Kanari, sitting inside, sitting and listening to his excruciating display, to this excruciating display. My distress melted away, replaced suddenly by anger like I'd never felt before. I felt my blood boil. Why? She sobbed. Why won't he talk to me? I said I was sorry. Seconds later, I was marching through the door. I knocked a small ceramic vase to the floor as I raced up the stairs, fury blinding me. Okay, I was wondering, because he said he was angry. I was like, okay, at who? At who? Like, angry at Kanari. Let's go. I came to the top and stormed to where Kanari sat at his desk. As he turned to me in surprise, I grabbed Kanari by the hem of his shirt and pulled him to his feet. There we go. He stumbled, unable to stand properly, grunting in surprise. Putting my other hand on his shoulder, I shoved him into a nearby wall, pinning him there with my elbow and forearm. The motion was far more violent than I had intended, and it seemed I knocked the wind out of him, sending him into a coughing and gasping fit. When he regained his breath, he flashed me a strange smile. You've become quite a brute, haven't you, Aram? I've been solo leveling in the well. What could I say? Those hours at the ration line have been getting to your head. I didn't at all know what I wanted to say, but I needed to say something. To understand. How could he even sleep? How he could even sleep, knowing she was out there. What's the matter with you, I spat. She's out there every damn day, starving herself, going without sleep. Kanari's smile faded instantly. How can you possibly make her suffer like this? He didn't say anything for a moment. I applied more pressure to his chest. He grunted in pain. It's time she learned this lesson, he said hoarsely. What? He grit his teeth. I'm not. And finally, his demeanor broke. I'm not a good person, Aram, he said, his voice shaking. See, because he also feels guilt, shame, and regret. I'm not a good friend. Or some kind of role model. I'm worthless. I felt my grip loosen. Is this really Kanari? What am I doing? I stammered out. This isn't like you. I closed my eyes, trying to clear my swirling head. But when I opened them again, the person I held against the wall was completely unrecognizable. I almost choked. The PTSD. Oh shit, my grip faltered. And Kanari, without his cane, fell loudly to the ground. I took a few terrified steps backward. What is this? Who is this person? My heart pounded in my chest and I felt that I needed to leave. Immediately. So I turned and ran. Ran down the stairs, out the door, and down the street. What these hands mean is the ancestors. They're the monsters that I've been fighting in the well. So whenever they show up, it's like they show up as like a reminder of his PTSD. Because on his first day as a sentry, he saw one of his guard friends basically, get strangled by those hands. So whenever he sees those hands, it's like he remembers. He remembers the existential danger that the ancestors are lurking just beneath the surface, waiting to come up and kill them all. What's the matter with you? Tala sat against the wall as he usually did, watching me frantically pack my belongings. I didn't respond. You doing it tonight? Pulling the handmade lever from under my menage, I turned it over several times in my hand and placed it firmly into my bag. My wound kit, a water pouch, and the reading device quickly followed. Yes, I said finally. I've waited too long already. I'm sick and tired of watching this famine tear us apart, Tala. He seemed uneasy. Do you really think, Tala began, if you get it working, you'll find all of those people? You'll find out where they all went? Already I was standing, facing towards the stairway down. Yes, I do. I'm going to finish this. I began to descend, and I'm not coming back to the settlement until I do. I think this is the last night. The next time you see me, I'll need your help to explain it to the Eshan, to everyone. I didn't bother waiting for a reply, and so I began my long descent downwards into the well, knowing that it had to be my last. Dude, heavy shit, bro. Heavy fucking shit. I can't believe, like, why is no one talking about this game? Like, this is, like, whether it's the story, right? Like the story, the dystopia, the friendship dynamics, the love, the romance, and also the guilt and the shame and the trauma, or whether it's the gameplay. Like, why is no one talking about this? Like, holy shit. Because, like, the combat, even without the story, like, if the game was just pure combat, like, the way they had it set up, it would be fun as hell. Like, even if it was just, like, pure, like, dungeon crawler, Metroidvania style, it'd be fun as hell. But now adding the extra, like, visual novel, like, narrative, it adds even more. Right, like now I'm not just down here just fighting robots for the sake of fighting robots, right? Like now I'm here trying to save the fucking world, trying to save the settlement, trying to fix my friend's mental health and also my own, because fucking Aram is going through his own shit. Like there's just so like it's just more meaningful. It's more meaningful. It's not just a simple dungeon crawler. Like fuck, like we're fighting for the sake of humanity here. At last, the elevator came into sight. My heart was pounding. I produced the lever and held it in my shaking hands. If this doesn't work, I shook my head, pushing the thought aside. I approached the raised panel just outside the small elevator chamber. However, something caught my eye. The elevator door. It was closed. I saw it. I recalled leaving it open. See, and there's something else. There's someone else down here, like I. What does it matter? I have far more important things to worry about. Studying the sketch I made of the other elevator, I carefully inserted the lever into the slot within the panel. There were bits of rusted metal that fell out as I did so, but to my elation and relief, it fit. I held my breath and slowly pulled the lever towards myself. There was a sharp metallic sound, followed by a low humming. It works! And suddenly, small lights embedded within the panel flickered to life. It's working. I yelled out in celebration, clenching my fist. Now, if I can just figure out how to operate this. I stepped eagerly towards the elevator door and pulled it open. The door swung wide. And there was a person standing inside. That ain't no person. Bro, that is not a person. No, not a person. It's an ancestor. It was crouched down to fit within the small elevator chamber, but it still towered above my head. It's a bird! His face. It was so... I shivered. Oh goodness. It spoke. His voice was eerily pleasant. What a relief. I can't believe I finally caught up to you, little one. I was so afraid I would lose track of you. Immediately I leapt backwards, unsheathing my weapon. I won't fall for it again. I held out my weapon threateningly. What do you want with me, ancestor? I yelled defiantly. How did you know that I would come here? How did you know that I would come here? The ancestor wrapped his long fingers around the doorway and pulled his lithe body through. I stepped back further away to compensate. There's no need to be afraid, little one, it said tenderly. I am a custodian of humans. It made a sweeping gesture with his hand. Caring for the children of this stratum is my responsibility, of course. As for how, that was quite a stroke of luck indeed. When you passed through the terminal of stratum 1345, I was alerted through the old network of a gene infraction. I couldn't believe my good fortune. A child with under 3% purity left within the strata. I don't have time for this. I'm not a child, I said angrily. I opened my mouth to say more, then stopped. Something occurred to me then. It's been looking for me. The night I returned after the attack, all of the other terminals, something killed them. Did you do that, Ancestor? The custodian turned its head to the side curiously. Oh no, it said. I was surprised to see them deactivated as well. Okay, if it wasn't, then who the fuck? An administrator level command came through the network shortly after the infraction. Then who? Ordering all the terminals to terminate their logical cores. I've not seen anything like that for quite some time. I didn't know what to say. Then who? What is this network, I asked, my weapon dipping down slightly. The custodian put a finger to his chin, as if deep in thought. The gesture was uncannily human. It might be difficult for you to understand, child, but it's something that connects us machines together. Yeah, because they don't have so they don't have internet or electricity, so those that are able to physically interface with it, that is, it lets us share information. Yeah, okay, so she's literally, or it, I don't know why I said she, but it's literally describing like Wi-Fi or like internet. I stared at the custodian blankly. Very few machines can do such a thing in the Stratum. Ah yes, that's to be expected here. At this distance from the surface, so few humans even remembered what the network was to begin with. It made a noise. What the fuck? Why did it sound like a baby? Almost like laughter. Oh, but it's no matter now. I've been following you for many days now, little one. And now that I've found you, I can resume my proper duties once again. I let my weapon fall to my side. At least, this one is harmless. I'm sorry, Ancestor, I said. I don't have time to keep speaking. I need to use that elevator behind you. To go out of here, to leave this place. The custodian turned to look at the elevator, and then turned to look back at me. Out? It said, sounding confused. Oh no. But this one doesn't go up, little one. Who knows where it might take you? Who knows what's become of it? I nodded. Yes, I said, warily. I don't want to go up, that's the way I came. The humans that used to be here, they used it to go far away, didn't they? See, this is what I was afraid of. I think I know what's gonna happen. I began walking towards the elevator once again. Just as I was about to step over the threshold, the custodian put his arm out in front of the doorway, physically blocking me. I looked at it, irritated. I'm not certain, the custodian said, sounding distressed. But you really shouldn't, little one. It's not safe. Alright, so here's my theory. My theory is that, like, all the humans that used to be there, they literally went up. They went up. Like, the secret special place that they were looking for, he's already there. It's the settlement on the surface. That's where they all went. There's no other place. The settlement is the place. This ancestor is strange. I tried ducking under its arm, but it quickly moved to intercept me. I stumbled back now, angry. What are you? I began. Stop that. Leave me alone, okay? I'll be perfectly fine. The custodian didn't budge. Oh, please, it pleaded. It's only a matter of your safety, child. So few of the machines left are like myself. So many of them will be hostile to your kind. You'll be much safer if you stay with me. I stepped back. Clearly, this isn't working. I'll make up an excuse to leave and return in a few hours. By then, perhaps they will have gone. I turned and headed for the door. Very well. I said, trying to sound as disinterested as possible. I hear you. I'll find another way. Just as I was within a few feet of the exit, there was a loud sound, metal scraping against stone. And in a blur of motion, suddenly the custodian was standing in front of me once again, blocking the exit door with his body. I felt my heart race. It moved so fast. You were going to run away from me, weren't you? It said tenderly. Don't be afraid, little one. I'm here to keep you safe. God above. I lifted my weapon once more, pointing it at the custodian. Enough of this, I said severely. If you won't let me use the elevator, I'll kill you, ancestor. I won't hesitate. The custodian made a strange, low noise and then began extending its arms towards me. I raced backwards to avoid his grasp. Oh, please, it said, his voice raising in volume. Please. Please don't leave me. Don't leave me alone. He made another attempt to grab me with his long arms, and I dodged again. He began making strange, grating, metallic noises, almost like the wailing and sobbing of a child. I failed my duties, it cried. Everyone's left the straight up behind. I've no one to care for. I need you. I backed up until I couldn't anymore, back pressed against the elevator. The custodian crept closer and closer, and I was seconds from being within range of his arms again. If it grabs me, I'm dead. I need you, child. Don't leave me. Don't leave. I grimaced, knowing already what I had to do. I have no other choice. Once again, I have no choice but to fight. All right, let's get this over with. I ain't your baby. Ooh. It's called the Loyal Custodian. Bro, it's kind of sad. Like, it really is just trying to help. Like, I assume that's what it was made for. Oi. Fucking. Oh. Okay, just gotta heal. So that's what a concussion does. Oh, fuck. Let's just. Dude! I can't even. How the hell? Just stay alive. Shit. Okay, concussion is over. I gotta rebuild my stamina. Dude, there's always a second one. Alright, come on, come on. It's... Oh. I was walking close. I drew long, labored breaths. Standing in the remains of the custodian. What a waste. A waste of my damn time. My body screamed at me to rest, but I was unable to shake the image of Kanari from my mind. The miserable, twisted expression he wore. Prava wasting away on the street. When I thought of these things, I forced myself to move. I turned and stumbled to the elevator. The lights of the interior panel were lit like the one outside, and I stared at it blankly, unsure what to do. I began poking and prodding the surface desperately, hoping I might accidentally find what I need. Come on. Please. This can't have been a waste. I have nothing yet. Nothing. At last, I heard a resonant metallic noise, and the floor shook beneath me. The door slid closed by itself, and after a moment, as I stood in silence, heart pounding, it began to move. Where are we going? Oh! The feeling of motion was like nothing I'd ever experienced on the island before. It was constant, as if I were slowly falling. First time on an elevator. Minutes passed, and I finally decided to sit, unsure how long it might take. It's still going! It was quiet and still. Other than the gentle hum of the elevator as it moved. There was no sound at all beyond my breath. All the while, as I sat, I imagined the world beyond the well that was waiting for me. The place I'd been searching for. There were fertile fields in all directions. He's imagining that down here, like I don't know how, but stretching far over the horizon. No ocean, just land, bathed in sunlight. So much land that we could grow enough food for 10,000 people. There would be no ancestors or ration lines. No hunger at all. No hurt. No need. No well. I imagine Kanari and Prava, smiling and laughing, together again. I watched my life play out before my eyes. Marrying Sachi, living with her, visiting my mother and father with children of my own. I wanted to cry. Everything would go back to how it was. This horrible present would become an unpleasant past. A memory of wounds we shared but never dwelled on. So desperately I wanted that world. I wanted to give it to everyone. I needed to see it. At last, with a low, echoing metallic reverberation, the elevator slowly came to a stop. I stood. My heart was beating out of my chest. My journey, all of this pain I've endured, is finally over. The door slid open slowly, and I stepped out, ready to feel the sun on my face. I stood on a small platform, and stretched before me was a great settlement. Yeah, like come on, bro. What sunlight, man? What fucking sunlight? You're going deeper down. Greater than the one I knew by 1,000 times. in all directions. I could see nothing but buildings, spires, bridges, doors, and windows, densely knit and lying bathed in darkness for miles. There was no light, no sun, only dark. I fell to my knees, clutching my head in my hands. The sight of it was like a punch to the stomach. Gone instantly were my childish daydreams of sun and sky, replaced with the overwhelming oppression of empty space, silence, and darkness. I laughed. I laughed out loud, and it echoed all around me. The well. It never ends, does it? End of chapter 2. Right? Wow. Okay, there's more. It's one of those weird scenarios where it's like, you know what? If it ends right here, I wouldn't even be mad. I wouldn't even be mad if it ended right there. Like, bam, end of chapter 2. And, chapter 3 coming 2020, 2029 or whatever. I wouldn't be mad if it ended right there. But it keeps going. I stepped out of the elevator and saw the remains of the custodian lying sprawled about on the floor where I left it. Okay, so we went back up. The sight of it. It filled me with an aching rage that made my head hurt. I clenched my fist and grit my teeth. Plot twist, we already are in chapter 3 and we don't realize. Nah, it would have said like in big bold letters, chapter 3. But shit, it might as well be chapter 3. I clenched my fist and grit my teeth, seeing his broken torso lying on the ground to my right. I kicked it as hard as I possibly could, shouting in miserable anger. It wasn't enough. I threw off my weapon and shield, which clattered loudly to the floor. He's just fucking raging. I tore my bag from my shoulders, throwing that too, spilling its contents about, and I screamed. When I had finished, I sat quietly on the floor, surrounded by the mess I'd made. So much effort, so much pain. I tried so hard. I thought that God was guiding me. And now look at what I have done. Look what I have to show for all of this. All this time I spent underground, chasing a ridiculous dream. I could feel tears streaking down my face. Pravo was right. I've been ignoring them. My friends, ignoring their suffering while I play hero down here in the dark. I see now. There's nothing here. There never was. It's time. Time for me to give this up. I walked slowly through the lantern-lit streets. The others had gone ahead. And Tatala. I hadn't said a single word. Dude, because we were so confident. So confident. He literally said, next time you see me, I'm going to have the solution. I hadn't said a single word. The night air was cold and quiet. As I walked, I watched my surroundings as they passed by. I admired the buildings, the homes and workshops, the island on which I'd grown up. This is where I'm meant to be. Not down there. I recalled my old dream, becoming a journeyman, playing my part. All those things I'd wanted so badly as a child. Why was I so quick to dismiss them? Maybe. What my father said to me back then, after all of this, it was true. If I just played my part as it was laid out for me, things would get better. Eventually. Suddenly, someone called my name. Bro, it's so spooky when the music cuts out like that. It's like jarring. It's like, huh? What? I don't like this. Who's that? I looked up and saw a figure standing in the street ahead of me. Is that Prava? She stood, Minaj pulled tightly around herself. Prava, I called out in return, surprised to see her up and about. I took a few steps forward. As I came close, I got a better look at her face. Just as before. She looked terrible. Her eyes shifted about nervously. Her hair was unkempt, and her complexion was pale. Aram, she called out again. Her voice was cold, but it was more coherent than it had been in days. I need to ask you something. I want you to be honest. Do you consider us friends? Like now, after all this? Ah, shit, I mean... Dude, that's tough. I looked at her puzzled. Yes, I said empathetically. Yes, of course. Friends don't treat each other like this. See, that's what I was gonna say. It's like you can call someone your friend, like over and over. Like, oh, we're friends. But you know what friends don't do? They don't treat each other like this. It's like, it's one thing to say you're a friend, but it's another thing to act, to behave, to treat them like a friend. Prava lowered her eyes, seeming lost in thought. Yes, she said slowly. I already knew that's what you would say. I believe you, Aram. I believe that you think is true. But I've realized something recently. I've been lying to myself for a long time, denying the obvious. I never saw it that way. The years we spent together, I know now that I only stuck around for him. For Qunari. Not for you. Not for Sachi. Only him and no one else. I began walking towards her, shaking my head. Because here's the problem. The only reason why she's saying this is because she's like feeling really, really, really bad. She's really pitying herself. It's the guilt. I began walking towards her, shaking my head. No. No, Prava, I said, raising my voice. That's not true. I shook my head. I've been a terrible friend. There it is. I've been so distracted, so focused on the well that I've cut everything else out. You're not alone, Prava. Sachi and I, we both care about you. Qunari does too. He just... Yeah, he's got his own shit going on. Oh, Prava said quietly, still looking down. I came within arm's reach, stopping. I'm going to help you through this, Prava, I said sincerely. I'll help you fix things with him. I promise. Anything I can do. Because I'm done with the well. I'm not going back down. Never again. I reached out and put a hand on her shoulder. Prava seemed to go still at my touch. Then, she said after a long moment, I want you to do something for me, Aram. One more request. She gestured for me to come closer. Oh no, I leaned in to listen. I fucking knew it! Her arm darted out from under her menage. Immediately, the upper right side of my body erupted into pain. Fuck! Oh. I cried out, stumbling backward. Prava fell forward with me, tearing my eyes down to look. I saw a sight that made my blood run cold. There was a large piece of ceramic piercing my ribs, sharpened, such that it had acted as a makeshift knife. Still, Prava held tightly onto the other end, blood seeping from the wound and onto her shaking hands. I stared at her, the shock rendering me utterly speechless. and on the girl's filthy pale face was a look of utter and complete desperation. "You have to die, Aram," she cried. My instincts kicked in and I shoved her violently with both of my hands, unsure what else to do. She fell backward onto the ground, grunting in pain. Her tight grip... shit. Fuck. Her tight grip on the improvised blade pulled it painfully from my side. Clutching the bleeding wound, I reeled backward, gasping for air. Oh God. The puncture was mere inches below where my stitches had been. Realizing that, the desperate thought in my mind that somehow this was an accident, a misunderstanding somehow. It was gone, replaced with abject dread. She'd known exactly where she was stabbing. I was gonna say that, like she's a pro. This was planned. Prava, I cried out, terrified. What are you? Already, she was on her feet again, running towards me. There was a sickening rush in the air as she swung the makeshift knife wildly. I dodged backward, still clutching my bleeding side. Each step sent waves of splitting pain over my body. Please stop, I shouted in desperation. Why are you doing this? I backstepped to avoid another swipe, this time aimed at my throat. All the while, Prava's miserable expression remained unchanged. There's nothing else I can do, she cried out. You took him away from me. Her swings were erratic and jagged. The pain was making me lightheaded. Still, her screams continued. It told me, Aram. It told me you were dead. What? It told me if you were dead, it would fix everything. I knew that I was losing blood rapidly. I can't keep avoiding her. She intends to. I've been pushing it out of my head, but the reality, the sickening reality, I could ignore it no longer. She's going to kill me. I need to defend myself. With my free hand, I gripped my weapon, but immediately I let it go. No, absolutely not. I dropped it to the street, clattering loudly. I can't kill her, no matter what. Already my blood stained the bricks. Prava walked toward me slowly, panting, with a weapon in hand. With nothing else to do, I raised my fist. He's about to punch her? Please, I moaned. Please. Stop this. But already my words meant nothing, dissipating into the night air. Fuck! Alright, here we go. Here we go. I'm bleeding. Punch. Punch. Fuck, I missed. It's so... How am I rolling like this? Bro, I'm not gonna make it. I'm already at 31. I'm losing blood. What? Dude, how am I missing? Am I pressing the right button? Bro, it's gotta be scripted, because there's no way. Oh, it's because I don't have a shield. I'm about to die, bro. No! I almost killed her. How the hell am I supposed to beat her? I'm unarmed. She's got a knife. I don't even have a shield, bro. It's scripted. Okay, yeah, it's scripted. Wait, huh? I'm Prava? Wait, what? No, I'm me? What? Huh? Oh, okay, no, so I do have to beat her. Maybe I can just run. Yeah, fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Let's leave. We can just leave. Okay, so there is no running away. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, I got it. Okay, so we're just gonna go straight for the yeah, straight for the attack. Yeah, bro. See, the thing is, it's not even the health damage she's doing. It's the stamina damage. So the thing is, her attacks, they don't do a lot of health damage, but they do a lot of stamina damage. And then eventually the bleeding buildup is what kills me as well. Boy. Okay, so this is one of the scenarios where I think I should, because we're not gonna have our shield. Yeah, let's change some of these. We can't use our items. Right. Okay, so that's good for defense. Chance of missing, I think that helps. Stamina recovery, definitely gonna need that. However, no, that's not gonna happen. So I'm thinking. So perfect blocks increase physical defense. However, standard blocks will reduce this bonus. Counter attack damage might be good. No, I think we have the best stuff already. Or maybe this one, like rolling fills your counter meter. Because that could help us get like an extra hit in. Because I think that's going to be the strat. Because the thing is, if we let her hit us, it's minus 30 stamina. But instead of blocking, if we dodge away. Because here's what I'm thinking. Like roll in, hit, and then roll away, roll out. Okay, so we're going defense, rolling fills counter meter, and boost stamina recovery rate. Yeah, we have no other armor. We can't use any heals, so we're kind of SOL there. Yeah, bro, my weapons mean shit. Not even the shield, man. Come on, you can use the shield. But fine. We're going unarmed, I guess. Yeah, see, I think it's better. See, because the real danger is having the meter, the blood meter, or the laceration meter build up. Yeah, there we go. See, tactical. See, that's what I like about it. Tactical. Gotta be smart. 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 Big brain. Big brain. My fist connected with her stomach hard. Prava crumpled to the ground, heaving and gasping for air. She rolled around, kicking her legs in pain and moaning. Oh, wait. Nah, they'll be fine. Yeah, I have an important call, important sponsorship or whatever the hell. But they'll be fine. I can make them wait. They'll be fine. She rolled around, kicking her legs in pain and moaning. I stood above her, panting hard. My knuckles stung, raw and split. Both of our clothes were stained crimson red with blood from my wound. My hands were shaking. Sponsorship my ass? Okay, maybe it's my long lost girlfriend from Australia. It's a girl in Australia. It's my girlfriend in band camp. Okay, she wants to call me, but like I'm streaming right now. My hands were shaking. How much more of this does she intend to take? At last, Prava went quiet. She came unsteadily to her knees and looked up at me. Whatever you say. Let a man dream. Dropping her makeshift weapon to the ground, she said nothing and only stared. Her face was twisted, a mix of regret, of pain, and at last, she grit her teeth and stood, running desperately away from me and into the night. She just ran? Dude, I think she wanted me to kill her. Like, I really, really believe that she wanted me to kill her. Okay, but yeah, let's save and quit there. I don't know how much more of the game is left. I thought I could finish it today, but like, why the hell is chapter 2 so long? What the fuck? Cinema. Pure cinema. But I do have to leave. I do gotta leave. Alright, so we didn't finish it today, so we'll continue it. Not tomorrow, because tomorrow's Sekiro, and I guess Thursday. Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see how things go, but that was peak. Bye, YouTube. Thanks for watching.